We are here. Oh, hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Truth Telethon. We are here with Mr. Todd Madina, and he is a broadcaster, speaker, artist, writer, and producer. He's the co-founder of Sology, Sology One Studios, and the Sology Network.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Mr. Todd. How are you on this wonderful, amazing, beautiful day?
Sleepy. I'm kidding. I stayed up working late last night and got up late today. But no, I'm doing great. The weather's great. It's nice and mild for the first time in a few days. Doing very well, and I'm happy to be here. It's an honor to be here.
Okay, so for people that don't know, Sology is an energy of spirituality expressed creatively with intuition and spiritual activism founded on what are all one. We are all one and the same: love, truth, spirit, soul, freedom. I'm going to jump out, Mr. Todd, unless you need me here, and take it away.
Okay. All right. That's how this format works. Okay, I got you. Okay, so that's what I usually do. I usually just wing it, and I guess that's what I'm doing today. This is our studio. This is about the third or fourth version of Sology Studio. Sology is an energy that was, I guess on the linear timeline, was conceived or birthed in 2012, in March of 2012. As I understood it at the time, it came from the consciousness of Archangel Michael. The word was given, and the definition, which is the other side of truth. At that point, I created a Sology group. 3 years later, I created Sology One Studios, all being divinely guided to do so. Shortly after that, I met a beautiful woman named Morgan Lee on the other side of the world. And we have been connected in together for the past 5 years. Very much a sacred union. We delve on a personal level into the coding of sacred union and sacred sexuality, Harry Vox, and she's also a zero-pointing practitioner. Lo and behold, about a year and a half ago, we connect every night when we go to sleep. We entered a monad. We went through a period of about a week where we were entering different monads that we are a part of. We entered a monad about a year and a half ago of 24. We were 2 of the 24. It was the first time in 60 years that we had consciously entered that monad, which, as we understood it, we visit every night. Anyway, 60 years prior to this occurrence last year was the last time we were conscious in that monad. Obviously, that was before I was incarnated. I'm 58. She's a little younger than me. And at that point, that group of 24 decided, amongst the many missions that we all carry, that we would incarnate and initiate and birth Sology into the earth realm for the purposes of providing a platform for the voices of the Mother Goddess that is in every man, woman, and child. That energy, that frequency that's been suppressed in this world. As we know, it's very much a distorted patriarchal matrix template. We have received guidance, as many others have, that the Mother Goddess energy is being re-anchored onto the earth. You can see some semblance of that in our collective experience, with women getting elected to major national positions, such as in New Zealand and Iceland. That's one of the functions of Sology. We're most well known for our 4,500 plus videos that we've done since we started doing videos in early 2015. About 2,400 of those are episodes of our primary broadcasting vehicle, which is called Soul Speaks 5D. Soul Speaks 5D is a program that we provide, a platform that we provide. It's a free community service, by the way. All of Sology's initiatives, pages, and channels, and soon-to-be website are free. It's all contribution based. And we receive a lot of love and support and contributions, and somehow or another, we're able to keep going every day. But Soul Speaks 5D is a conscious conversation. We talk about real-time intel. We talk about the guest experiences when they reawoke, experiences such as visitations, paranormal, elemental interaction, just about anything and everything. And I think equally as important, we also talk about the human aspects experience in this transition we call Ascension. So we've had many different people from the Lightworker community come on the show over the last few years. We're real excited that on November the 18th at noon Eastern time, David Icke will be joining us, and we're looking for a colorful, spirited conversation with David Icke on the subjects that he may not have been in conversation about. At least I've never seen it. But we'll have the same type of conversation that we have with everybody. What was his experience like? What does he go through every day? What does he do when he gets triggered? How does he stay balanced? What are some of the more profound experiences that he's had from the other side of the veil, or from, let's say, non-physical energies? So we're looking forward to that. We're also going to be launching our website. This would be most likely on 11/11. Our website is, when we roll it out this first time, is going to be I would say the first phase. In this first phase, we are going to have some basics that you have in a website, but our primary purpose in establishing our website, which will grow exponentially, and I'll explain that, is to have a 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365-day a year channel that runs replays and lives. And once we get that channel going, then we're going to do go ahead and implement a channel 2, and then a channel 3, excuse me, and a channel 4, and then we'll see where we go from there. All of these channels will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, lives and replays. The idea is to build a platform that's insulated from any censorship or any restrictions. It'll be entirely contribution based. It's owned by the people, owned by the community. There will be nothing charged on the page for Sology. It'll include in time a personal profile based social community, much like Facebook, with the same capabilities. It will also include kind of a YouTube aspect. There'll be huge archives, just like we have on YouTube. There'll also be, of course, the 4 channels to begin with that are running 24/7, and really looking at adding more and more channels as time goes on. We'll also have like a Wikipedia type directory type of section where people will be able to provide the information of their services. Like I said, something similar to Wikipedia, but kind of a slash directory, so people can find the modalities and fit their needs, things that will fit their needs to support them in this transition we call Ascension. So we're excited about that. And in time, it'll be a handheld, accessible site that people will be able to, turn on very quickly throughout their days, an alternative to Facebook and to YouTube and other social media platforms that have been censored. And I guess finally on that piece, one of the reasons, or as I understand it, one of the reasons for Sology, this I was given by the Arcturians for the last 4 or 5 years, and really heavy in 2018 when they really started to get specific, is that Sology is part of a network of organizations and energies around the world that is introducing 5D commerce to the earth realm. And what that means is what we might call a monetary system that's based on gifting, no taxation, paying it forward on the honor system. There are entities and energies, people and groups that are implementing 5D commerce around this world. And like everything else in the light worker community, for the most part, it's very much under the radar, just as events like this and shows like Soul Speaks 5D. I haven't really, I do a lot of broadcasting. I've done quite a bit of kind of freestyling like this. We do a radio show occasionally. I call it a universal cast. We play videos of excerpts from shows, music, other artistic expressions on the radio show. So I'm not unaccustomed to having a conversation with the virtual audience. At Sology, we stand for a lot of things. It's an all-inclusive energy. There's no doctrine. There's no dogma. Everybody's included, whether you like it or not. It's just a small reflection of the universe. And as we understand it, we can't divorce ourselves from any aspect of the universe. So therefore, we continuously add frequencies to an ever-expanding vibration. And that's kind of how we approach things. We do have a Sology Facebook group that's been in existence since March of 2012. There's about 30,000 people in it. It's a very active group. There's probably about 65% engagement from the members every week. It's a very unique group. There's also a Sology One Studios Facebook page, which has about 23,000, 24,000 people. This is kind of our artistic arm where we work in, both an individual and ensemble arrangement to produce expressions, artistic expressions, light language, remixes of other styles, more traditional-esque music expressions, and just about anything that is leading to what we call the I Am Soul, that's leading to oneness. We've also got a YouTube page, which we really didn't get involved with till early last year. And we've probably got about 7,000 people there, and that's growing very rapidly. And we also just recently, about 2 months ago, established a Instagram page. And we're also on Periscope and Twitch. All of the shows that we produce, we multi-stream to various Facebook pages, YouTube pages, as well as Periscope and Twitch. When we kick off the website this next month, in a week and a half or so, we will be multi-streaming everything that we put out there to probably around 15 different platforms. So, and that will also include the podcasting network, iTunes, iHeartRadio, and Spotify, and those type of things. So we're looking to expand as we near the end of 2020. We feel like that's a pretty strong parallel to what's going on in the world. We all know there's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of restrictions. There's a lot of cartoonish, kooky type of things happening. But we also understand that there are light workers, starseeds, who have a good enough idea of who they are, what they're a part of, that are positioned all around the world, that are the columns of light that are supporting this transition that the earth is going through. We understand that we are eternal souls. We understand that we came down here with multiple purposes. But at the core of all of our purposes is the individual desire to grow by merging and aligning our free will with universal will while we're in the flesh. Sology, like I said, has no doctrine, it has no dogma, but it's rooted from an energetic standpoint, in the same thing that each one of us as individuals are. What I'm talking about is the divine union, the divine marriage between the masculine and feminine is what conceives Sology. It's what nurtures Sology. And obviously, my wife and I, we co-created it. But as we were told by the consciousness of Sology 2.5 years ago, there'll be many aunties and uncles that come to the table to help nurture this consciousness called Sology, just another word for what we might call Holy Spirit or life force. And that's what's happening. The more and more people have stepped up as 2020 has passed, or as it's come along. We've got a pretty strong team. Everybody is in it for the same reason. Everybody is in it because they believe in it. There's no agenda. It's a really, really interesting experience because we're not swimming in the muddy waters of the 3D agenda-based, patriarchal influenced type of energy or paradigm or template. We're working very openly, very spontaneously, intuitively, creatively, with imagination and courage as we do our part in this Lightworker community, Starseed community, and in the Earth realm to expand our collective consciousness because that's what's occurring. There are many distractions and distortions in the field. It's real easy to get pulled off track. I think as time has moved on this year, we have gained more clarity. We have gained more of an element of conscious creation and understanding of consciously creating with intentions of heart. We've learned to process and integrate, align, and expand at a much faster rate this year. And I think everybody can attest to that, even though it's been a crazy roller coaster year sometimes. We are valiant souls, and we came here to do exactly what we're doing at this time. This has been a period that's been prophesized from the human perspective for thousands and thousands of years. It's not called the Great Unveiling for nothing. One of the things that distracts us is obviously what goes on in our external world, whether it be those circles closest to us, like family or work, or it be what goes on in the world stage. But I think it's very important to remember that the most important unveiling and the most important revelations come from the unveiling of ourselves. There's a lot of ways that we have attempted in our history to force change and influence change as a people, not as the controllers. And I'm talking about boycotts and marches and protests. But I believe that we're all coming to the understanding very quickly that the most important thing that we can do, the biggest contribution that we can make to this world, to this universe, and to ourselves is to focus on ourselves, to bring ourselves up to a higher frequency, to bring us into more alignment. And that requires brutal honesty, the brutal honesty of the soul, where we don't BS ourselves. We don't BS the universe, because you can't. And we take ownership for each and everything in our life, understanding that everything that is put before us on a daily basis, moment by moment, from the external, and the external doesn't have to be visible, by the way, is there for a reason. It's there by our collective and individual design to show us the way, to give us clues, to lead us to our unconscious programming and our blind spots, to lead us through the door of fear, to expand again. We have been obviously in this incarnation and those that led up to it, duped, misled. And I got to believe that it's in a perfect divine orchestration that we all had a hand in doing. This trip is about integrating polarities. We're in a duality that we're taking into the Trinity. A duality obviously has polar positions. There's a pretty strong buzzword that my wife specializes in called zero pointing, that more and more people are starting to understand and practice on a conscious level, and that is to take polarities and bring them to the same space in your heart so that they both carry the same charge as if they are one and the same thing, which they are. This is very important. This type of process is what leads us into the Trinity. And I would explain the Trinity like this, that service to self, service to others, and service to humanity are all one and the same thing. And any thought that we carry forward, any words that we speak in, or any action that we take that serves each one of those 3 points of the triad equally is in the best interest, is the highest and most efficient actions energetically that we can take to support ourselves, our brothers and sisters, and really the full collective, the infinite collective, because this is not an occurrence that's only happening on the earth or even in this solar system or in this galaxy. We are going through a universal, multiversal, collective ascension. And what we do, what we think, say, and do at what was once considered this lowly human level affects all timelines, all dimensions, all past lives, future lives, parallel, alternate reality, the whole thing. And this is another thing that I think that the collective human, the collective is going to come into knowing, and in a much bigger way for those who have an inkling of it now, and that is we are, as the human aspect, we are made of the same goddess substance that all of our multidimensional aspects are, that all divine essences that we've encountered, all angels and galactics and elemental energies, we are on the same level. We have two sayings at Sology, two hashtags. One is I am soul, and the other one is the human is the hero. Because the human is the final piece, and that's what's occurring now in this last stretch of the ascension. All of the multidimensional aspects, all of those things known to us and unknown to us have aligned in our field as if we and as we are the oversoul. But now the human is coming to the table, and the human is multifaceted as well. It's got its own multidimensionality, which includes the body and the etheric body, the different systems within the physical body. All of these things that make up the human are now coming into full alignment with the rest of our multidimensional aspects, in embodying the sacred wisdom that we're receiving on an individual level and that we share with each other, because we do share a lot of code more and more each day with each other, whether we're conscious of it or not. But this could also be described in the spirit science part of it as the physical body converting or transforming from a carbon-based body to a light body. And there's plenty of evidence of this around the world. There's a lot of things happening around the world that you won't even really see a lot of attention given to on alt news platforms. You have to go to places like Sology, and there's many of them around the world. These are places where the 99.99% has a voice, where we talk about the visitations. We talk about the interaction with what were energies on the other side of the veil at one time. We talk about our memories from other planets. We talk about the guidance we receive. We also talk about the emotional, physical, and mental strain that the energies coming down onto the earth every day can, as the Schumann resonance spikes and things like that, they can affect us. It's a place to be raw and real and authentic. And I believe that with telepathy expanding as rapidly as it is in our best interest to be more open every day, more honest every day, more candid every day, more expressful every day, as we join hands on what I call the soul highway, and we utilize the methods of collaboration and co-creation, because where two or more gather, the math changes and the field of potential grows exponentially. We've all made a valiant effort just to show up here. We further that effort by transforming our lives on an individual basis, which has directly affected the collective and the universal. And now we are taking that success, that template, that new blueprint, and we are sharing that with each other through collaboration and co-creation. And this is where the math really changes. This is where the world really changes. This is where the energetics of our work that you might not be able to see, touch, and feel, that operates at the higher sensitivities and beyond the visible light spectrum. This is where the consequences of all the work we've done begins to pay off. It's a pleasure to be here. I've enjoyed it very much, and I wish you all peace, power, protection, and big love from Sology 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Todd. You are an amazing speaker, an amazing human being. I really appreciate you taking the time to come out here to connect with us, to teach us, and to really, get people knowing who you are and how they can, further understand the message that you're bringing here to humanity. Is there any other places where you can say where they can connect with you at?
No, I mentioned everything, and then in 10 days, you can go to sologynetwork.com.
Sologynetwork.com.
Sologynetwork.com will be originating all of our shows there and expanding very rapidly through community support and contributions.
Amazing. So thank you again very much. The Truth Telethon really appreciates you and your energy here, and just thank you for taking the time and doing this and making this an extremely amazing day with so many beautiful, amazing speakers like yourself.
Thank you. You're very welcome, and I wish you the very best the rest of the day. I look forward to collaborating sometime again down the road.
Sounds good. Thanks very much, Mr. Todd Madina. Wow, that's pretty powerful stuff. How are you all enjoying the Truth Telethon so far? This is amazing. Obviously there's lots of stuff going on behind the scenes as well as the speakers are going. I'm going to be on with some speakers and not on with some other speakers as well. So we have our next speaker here is Miss Cecil Alvarez. So what I have is that you're a medical provider. Oh, Miss Cecil was in.
They tagged me.
There we go. Hi, Miss Cecil Alvarez.
Hi, how are you, Jesse? How are you? It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you here. So I don't know a lot about you, but I do know that you're a medical provider. You've been vaccine injured, and you've also have children that have had, problems through vaccinations. I hear you're a very theatrical actor, so you definitely, connect with people on quite an amazing level. So I'm just gonna let you take it from here. Were you able to speak on your own, or did you want to bounce back things off of me?
We can do both. We'll just feed off each other. Okay. That's not
Okay.
a good thing to say at this time, but you know what I mean. We'll bounce off our energy off each other. And if I have any questions or I need any guidance, I know you'll be able to help me. But I want to introduce myself. Yes, I am a medical provider. Yes, I have vaccine injured children. I am vaccine injured myself. I've always known myself as a healer. I went into the medical field thinking that I was going to help everyone. And slowly but surely, I found out that it's all infiltrated. It's all Nazi propaganda, and it's all to take over our souls. Because at the end of the day, it's a spiritual war we're going through. And they have created this reality for us to think that that is correct. No, it's not. No, it's not. Our souls and our spirit comes first. And then at the end comes our body. But they have managed to pollute our brains. They have managed to pollute our bodies. And they are managing to pollute our thoughts. So, and with thought, you can create. And if people do not understand that they only use 10% of their brain, imagine when we can use all 100%, what we can do. We can communicate with people without speaking. We can remember things via our DNA. This is all possible. This is all true. But they hide the truth from you because they want you to think that you are just this nothing. Okay, you're just an animal. No, we are absolutely royalty. We are what they want. And this is the problem that we're having now, because they're coming for us. Okay, they have been coming for us forever. And I have gone through a spiritual journey. I was, how do you call that? A sheeplet. And I have opened my eyes to see things that I have never thought I would be able to see. All of us have a calling now, and it's a warrior's call. God is calling us. The Almighty is calling us. Our ancestors are calling us. They're telling us we have to fight. We have to fight for humanity. Okay? Hospitals are trafficking children. Hospitals are giving you cancer. Hospitals are doing all of this. And people are going to ask, how does this woman know? Because my daughter is a cancer survivor. They're injecting poison into you. They injected poison into me. They don't want you to be fruitful. They want you to pay for land. They want you to pay for air. They want you to pay for water. And that is law. Okay? We don't know that once we're born, we are killed. Okay? And they create this reality for us. So in our birth certificates, we have 2 different dates. The date we were born, that the Almighty Creator gave us, and then the date that they have made us a different dead entity, a slave, because that's what we are. We are slaves to the corporation, to the United. They don't like when I speak truth.
Oh yeah, you just bounced out for a second there. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Wow.
I can hear you perfectly now. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Wow, I cannot hear you, Jesse.
I can hear you.
Wow. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I can't hear you. Okay. Okay. So all they've done since the beginning is just to enslave us, Our birth certificates have that. So when we go to courts are dead entities. And that's why we don't know. They're there to enslave us. They're there to put these rules, not the law of the land of the Almighty Creator, but the law of these people. Okay, they people call them, Templars. They call them the Cabal. They call them Illuminati. They call them 33 Masons. Okay, if we see almost every president we have has been a Mason. So what does they do? It's a secret society, because they're here. There are handlers. There are handlers to take care of, to hold us and keep us down. So we will not be able to know and enlighten ourselves. Okay. And we won't be able to go to the next step. So we will still be in the flesh. So we'll be tempted by the flesh. All of these celebrities that are out there, they're all in on it. They know you cannot reach a certain mark in life. You cannot reach that type of fortune and fame, okay, without doing a ritual, doing a crime. This is how I call it. In an organized crime family, how do you get initiated? Either you're born into it, okay? They traumatize you, they beat you up, they do whatever they want, or or you commit the crime, okay? So we're seeing this over and over again with our government. They keep committing the same crime, and they keep gathering more people into them, gathering more. They keep infiltrating.
You kind of froze there again.
Wow. Can you hear me, Jesse?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Everyone can hear and see me. Oh, Okay, I'm sorry, because I'm having problems with my connection, because there's also something called gang stalking. All of us that are truthers and are trying to tell the truth, there are gang stalking us. Basically, they are making our lives miserable. We are being targeted individuals because they do not want the truth to come out. A lot of us are targeted with drugs. A lot of us are targeted with frequencies that they do have. When I tell people that the weapons that they have are so advanced that it will blow our minds, but people don't understand because they think same things over and over again. They're still in this jail, this mindset, because that's what they created. They created slaves. They created mental slaves, and we're dependent on this system. We're dependent on drugs. We're dependent on all that they created, the law, everything. We have to go to the supermarket. No one has taught us how to grow our own food. No one has taught us how to take care of ourselves with our proper medicine. No one has taught us that. No one has taught us why we're the way we are. Okay, why we cry, why we feel a certain way, because we're all special. We all have a purpose here. Okay, and everything is cookie cutter. It's the same thing, but we are so unique, and that's what they don't want us to know. But it's a whole out, it's all out to destroy us. And what I want people to understand is that you are so powerful that they are scared of you. And you ask, who is they? The people that created this entire reality. The people that created your entire reality. As soon as you were born, they killed you off. Okay. And then they kept giving you little things. Okay. School work. They're telling you for the fact is that we celebrate pagan holidays and we really think that that's Jesus's birthday. We celebrate Valentine's Day. It's not, it's for the Valentines. So we celebrate Easter. No, it's for Austria. It's so pagan. And we have been told a lie for almost everything. The elements, how they work, how chemistry works, how mathematics work, how sciences work, how spirituality works, because that is the strongest thing we have. Our souls are forever. Our souls are forever. Okay, they do not die. We are reincarnated over and over again until we get it right. Okay, some of us have made deals back when that we cannot break, because the deal is made and that's it. Your soul is taken. So this is the problem. We're being called and uplifted because everything is expanding, continuously, always expanding. Okay, and now we're seeing what's actually happening. Now we're seeing there are actually people that are feeding off our energy, that are feeding off our tears. They're even feeding off our blood, and are feeding off our children. Okay, I was surprised to find that there was fetal tissue in vaccines. I was surprised to find that there's formaldehyde in vaccines. I was surprised that there's porcupine. There's all these things that I wouldn't put in my body. Okay, and they were injecting that into me and my baby. I was giving orders to do that to other people. And I had to come to reality, because this is what we've been, doctors that are doing this and going along with this hoax that's going on. It's because they cannot come to reality to say, hey, I might have killed a lot of people because of my ignorance, but I have to forgive myself and ask for forgiveness. And that's the thing. We don't ask for forgiveness. We think we know, and we push people away that are telling us something that's different from the narrative. And we have to stop that, and we have to come together, because it's all about love. I've been in the medical field. I have seen lawyers. I have seen doctors work. I know how those hospitals work, and all those hospitals have tunnels underneath them. All those hospital my sister's organs were taken because she committed suicide. So they wanted her organs because of her blood type. And then I saw how they lure you in. Oh, and they tell you, but they just wanted those organs. That's all they want. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to farm us, because we're basically cattle. We're their slaves. So they have this birth certificate that they can do whatever they want with us, because basically we have no rights. We have basically given our rights to them. And let's not speak about that. We're royalty, and we're walking around, and this is all ours. Okay. And they have taken our social security numbers and have managed, because it has endless credit. We are the creditors. We are the ones. We are the ones that hold the power and the money. But they're the middlemen who come in and used all these warlock. I call it a warlock ritual that they do with all these lawyers putting in this language that we don't even understand. That we're binding ourselves as spiritual beings to this without knowing. Okay, because we need to consent, and we're consenting to this. We're consenting to be slaves, and we need to stop. We need to stop and open our eyes and listen to our brothers and sisters. Listen to the Almighty Creator. Listen to the Holy Spirit. Listen to the great mystery and the great spirit, and ask our ancestors to give us answers. Ask our DNA, and we must fast and we must clean our temples, because that's what it is. When you get your that's when you get the closest to God, and that's when you're going to get the message. That's when you're going to get the manual. So he will guide you through the path that you need to go, because I met you, Jesse, for a reason. I met Lori for a reason. I've been looking for you guys for all my life, and I'm going to get very emotional here, because I am here to liberate the children. You are here to put us together, because everybody is here. All the tribes are coming together, because this is what we need to do. We need to do this for everyone. We are the ones, because as we know, soon they will try to use their weapons. They have been using their weapons on us, but soon the hunter's moon is coming. Okay, we had a harvesting moon in the beginning of this month. Then we're going to have a hunter's moon on the 31st, and that's, if we all know, children are mostly trafficked on that day, because you know why? Children are the purest and closest to the Almighty. Their souls, everything has been cleaned. So when they enter, they are clean. And what do? Inject them. The first thing, because children can see. Children can see better than we can. They have better judgment than we do. Okay? But the thing is, we don't teach them about their ancestors. We don't teach them about how precious their DNA is. And we just tell them, we just came out of monkeys. We just came out of, no. And I have a question for my religious followers. I always say, so do you believe in God? Do you believe that he created us? So how can you believe in Darwin and what they're teaching you in school? I almost tilted over when I think his name is Mike McCurry, and he was killed in a helicopter accident after finding water, a firmament, a barrier underneath the ocean. Why? Because they don't want us to know that the Bible does have truth. And I'm not going to say it does completely, because it's been taken over by the Roman Empire. It's been scrambled up. It's been chopped up into the Quran, the Torah, and the New Testament. So they make us fight for this. We're the same people. We're the same people. But then we have the royal family. We have the monarchs. We have the central banking, and we have the Vatican. And these are the three offenders that have been keeping us down forever. Why is the Vatican shaped as a reptilian? Did anybody ever ask that? Why are these Vatican people always having problems with children and wear red shoes? Did anyone ask that? Why is there's a crown? The Vatican is actually a crown. I mean, it has a snake with a crown on it. Look at the structures. Their symbols will be their downfall. And absolutely they are, because they throw symbols at us that us subconsciously, we're so smart. We're so computers. We are always taking in. We are filters, and we're filtering out this information. And we also do this with energy, and people don't know how to let energy go through them, channel it, and put it back into the universe as good, clean energy. Okay. We don't know that we need to be with people. We don't need to be in high rises. We need to be with the ground, so we can ground and find our ancestors. We need to do all these things to become us humans, back into our souls, so we can uplift. I'm just going to say, so we can uplift back into where we really came from. And that's for the Almighty Creator. He has put us here. We've been battling these entities for a long time. And people are saying, entities? What entities? you will see the entities that we've been battling pretty soon. We already seen them. We already seen them, but you can't see, because once you believe, then you see. And that is true. You have to go within yourself. You have to go within yourself. But yes, the medical field's all a lie. I've been there. I've seen them abuse children. I've seen abuse the system. I've seen it's all a lie. We take orders from what, if they tell us, put a diaper on your face because it will help you, then we put a diaper on our faces and we just take the order. That is not what God wants us to do. They're actually telling us to smother ourselves. I almost tilted over when they were paying $39,000 for, this is our government, paying our hospitals $39,000 to vent a person. Okay, $13,000 to say that they have this fake, this thing, this fake, it's just a flu. It's just a lot. It's all a lie. The World Economic Forum has it all planned out for you. What they want to do, they want to take God's creation, which is us, okay, and make us into this human cyborgs, okay, that they can control. Because guess what? When the Almighty comes for its people, okay, for its people, okay, they're not going to take those people. They're going to be tortured forever here. They cannot going to be able to die. Their souls are forever. Souls are forever. So what you do now, this is it, guys. This is it. This is it. You have to do the right thing. You have to forget about, oh, I have to go to work. Learn how to take care of yourself and your brothers and sisters. And let me tell you something, God will provide. And when I say God, I mean the Almighty Creator, because they changed that too. We pray to God, but we don't know what God they have injected into our language. Okay. So I'm going to let you go because I'm getting a little excited because I'm getting a lot of information but you have any questions for me, Jesse?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. You can hear me now. So there's been a little bit of feedback. There's been a little bit of feedback because of the connection. I'm not sure if you have headphones at all, but that might help a little bit, but with the feedback a little bit. I wasn't sure if you did hear me, and exactly.
I can hear you perfectly. But like I said, I'm getting my headphones. They've been attacking us, and they basically, your government has people surveilling you. They go through your devices, they take your face, they take your retina, they do everything they can. They send frequencies your way. And I'm going to tell everyone, get a Geiger counter and read the invisible rainbow. When I speak truth, I just had to disconnect right now. When I speak, anytime it's them, they're going to continue to try to censor me as they are, because they know I know the truth. I know the truth and I know who they are. So, and I'm not going to stop because I have the Almighty Creator and my ancestors. I have their protection, and no one's going to stop us. No one's going to stop the message. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to put my headphones and you're going to tell me if you can hear me. Can you hear me better?
I can hear you better now, 100%.
Okay, perfect. So, do you have any questions other, than my headphones?
That was amazing information about what you were talking about. And just one thing that I wanted to say at the time, but I didn't sure if you would hear me or not, is as soon as a baby is born, the mother is connected through the umbilical cord. Now, that's at that time, for the first 5 or 10 minutes of a baby's life, is where the mother is actually giving the baby all of the nutrients and the vitamin K that it needs in order to be a healthy, happy baby. But they don't just let the mother send the nutrients. What's the first thing that they do once the baby comes out?
They clamp the cord, and then they clamp the cord so there's no connection. They did that to me. I had 3 C-sections. I've been an experiment. If I tell you, I can go on disability if I wanted to. Okay, that's how it was. And I learned to detox and cleanse my body. They clamp it. it's a complete, it's everything is wrong. So you're not getting, they take your baby away from you. They start poking them and doing everything you do. And then you're asking for your baby. And they're like, no, mom, we have to clean the baby. You don't have to clean, leave the baby the way it is. Bring the baby to my chest. Because that's what you need to do. Bring the baby to my chest so they can see it. They can see their mom, the person that the creator helped bring into the earth. Okay. And this is what we don't understand. And we always, and that's another thing that we do to women. We call them witches. We call them, and we completely just destroy them, because we have a certain wise intuition and power. Not saying that you guys don't, not saying that. I'm just saying that there's something with us because we hold life. And that's, our womb is the highest altar. Our womb is the highest altar. What does that tell you guys? So that's why this Planned Parenthood, all these people are the same thing. They're telling you, oh, you can't, there's too many people in this world. No, there's not. There's amounts of forest that has not, there's oceans that you haven't even seen. There's so many things, so many caves, so many wonderful things. And all they do is just take it away and put you in these cities so you can harvest all this energy in these cities, because they harvest energy via cities. That's why 9/11, and guys, let me tell you, 9/11 never happened. Okay, it did happen, but not the way you think it is. It did. Okay, they had convinced the people underneath that said that there were bombs, that they convinced those people that were watching television, because television is CIA, it's programming, and that's all it does. So the people that were watching TV convinced the people that were traumatized, because this is MK Ultra trauma-based programming. Guys, look up MK Ultra, look up all these government projects that they do, because that's what you're living right now. You're living in a hell that they created for you, in the false reality that they created for you. This is not reality. If you knew what reality was, it's stranger and more amazing than any movie that you have ever seen. Okay, so, and they have been taking everything away. They want to take our children from us. They, in schools, it's horrific. It's horrific. In school, it's just so they can groom them. Now they're putting this debacle in about anal sex. Listen, if you want to have anal sex, that's fine with you, but don't teach that to my child. I am the one who's supposed to teach my
12-year-old, 8-year-old. That is, it is unbelievable how they actually think that should be part of education. That's up to parents to teach their kids that, not up to a school system, and not any before 16 years old. Like, this is like insanity, but people are just going ahead with it. And, with what you were saying is these people with their greed, we have enough on this earth for everybody's need, but we don't have enough for everybody's greed. This is supposed to be a heavenly experience. We're supposed to have a magical experience here, but because of these greedy parasites, they have decided to enslave humanity for their own little games. And because of that, it turns it into that HE double hockey stick. I don't say lower vibrational words, but it turns into that HE double hockey stick that you were describing, because, everybody's just seems to be fighting for their lives instead of enjoying this experience.
No, and you're correct. And I've been trying to not say certain words because they bind us and they pull us down. And it's hard because, like I told you, I was a sheep. So I'm learning everything again. I'm trying to learn who I am, and I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn from other people, and as I look right now, and I'm getting a message because, like I said, my sister is here with me now, and she told me all her visions, and that's how I know that we're meant to. This is our tribe. We're connected somehow in some. They always cut me off. I always get that little thing when I say something that it's going to connect us. So we are a tribe, and we must come together, and we're going to lead people out of this matrix, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to band together, and we're going to win. But the problem is there's going to be a lot of loss. But we have to always know that this is the way it was intended. This is the way it was intended by the Almighty Creator. And we are beautiful beings. Everything you've also been told is a lie. My career is over because I cannot go back to that system. I cannot go back to killing children. I never worked in the pediatrics division because I knew what they were doing. I would be the person that said, you have to stick a needle into that baby. And I said, no, I do not. What are we doing this for? Oh, because we have to test. That's what we have to test. Everything's a test. They're not guinea pigs. Okay. What test? We already know what's wrong with the baby. Okay. You're poisoning the baby as soon as the baby's born. Okay. That's what's wrong. Okay. You're telling people to not give breast milk. You're telling people to drink cow milk and drink all this stuff that's not for our bodies. Our kids are going to get sick. Our processed foods. Monsanto is taking over. Monsanto's in our government.
Monsanto's in the Monsanto now is in vaccines, so they're actually injecting pesticides into children through vaccines. So look that up, people, if you don't believe it. It is true.
Yes. And, for my New Jersey family, we're 1 in 22 autistic. My child's autistic. I have 2 autistic kids. I have kids that have seizures. I had gotten seizures. This is something that they're doing to all of us with and it's a puzzle because they start vaccine, the McDonald's, and then they have this 5G that it's a weapon, guys. It's a weapon. Okay. Look up the Spanish flu. When they use wireless phone calls to speak to other people, okay, during the war, all right? So the electrification of the earth, every time it's electrification or we use any type of electromagnetic field, we use EMF, we use wireless calling, it's going to affect us because we are electrical beings. We are electrical beings. Does that make sense to you guys? So it's going to affect us. We're made out of 80% water. It dries us out. It takes our free, some of us, you know how many calls I've gotten, people, I have rashes, I'm congested. As soon as they turned on that, as soon as they turn on the T-Mobile 5G, everyone is getting sick. Everyone started getting rashes. They cannot sleep at night because guess what? You are going to be revealed who you are via your dreams. Your ancestors are going to call you. That's how you intergalactically move. Okay, this is how you go back in time, forward and back with this right here while you sleep. So they have to take all your REM sleep away, which not only causes cortisol and all this hormone imbalance in your body, and then you're just a walking zombie, just ready to go into wherever they want to lead you to. And that's the thing with our phones, with
Miss Cecil. Oh, Miss Cecil, thank you very much for your time. That is the time.
They don't like when I speak. So this is what they've been doing to us. And
yeah,
we have to stop this.
This is our time. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but our time is finished.
I can't hear you, Jesse.
You can't hear me now? Well, thank you very much, Miss Diesel Alvarez. Thank you for your truth. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for sharing your information. Thank you very much for everything you do for humanity, and I look forward to connecting with you again. Thank you very much. And wow, that was amazing. That was powerful. She is definitely a very passionate human being, and, with all justification because of what's happened to her, what's happened to her children, what she's seen happen in the medical industry. This is coming from someone, a nurse, right in the medical field. So we are getting information from all kinds of different areas. We just want to bring to you different people from different places and, just to explain what's been going on with them. She was talking about a lot of different things, and I just wanted to finish off with the baby. When they take the baby, they clamp the umbilical cord, which stops nutrients flowing from the mother to the baby, which it should naturally fall off. So they cut it, they clamp it, they cut it, and then, babies now have vitamin K deficiencies. Wonder why they have vitamin K deficiencies, because they're not allowing the mom to give the vitamin K transferred into the baby during that time. So what do? They shoot them up right away. You know, your baby becomes a drug addict. It gets injected with these vitamin K. They're giving hepatitis to children. They're putting this eye wash to burn their eyes, and then they're taking the babies away from the mothers, you know, and not allow that first baby mother electrical connection that they're supposed to have when, you know, the baby first comes. So this is what our, you know, medical industry has deemed what is necessary for humanity. But to me, all I see is sorcery. I believe the mother and child connection should remain intact. I think umbilical cords should remain intact. And, you know, I think these are things that we need to question. We need to look out why it's happening, and we need to put a stop of some of these nefarious practices that are harming our children, that are harming our humanity. You harm one person, you harm us all. That's why this matters to me and matters to so many people. You help one person, you help us all. We are all connected. We are all together, and we are all going through this journey and understanding, learning from people, learning from experiences. Keep an open mind. You know, you have discernment, you know, live from your heart, and don't let all the confusion, all the deception, all the division cloud that brain and not allow you to live freely from your heart, to flow from your heart the way it was meant to be here. The answers to life are very simple. Things are very simple. It isn't very hard to understand what we need to do, what we have to do. It's just they've confused us, they've divided us, they've put fear, they put, you know, made everybody scared. They've put everybody into a place where people don't understand what's happening, why it's happening. So let's just go along with everybody else. Well, unfortunately, what they're teaching in, you know, the medical industry and what they're teaching in all these different places is about the system and the agenda, about profit. In a profit over people society, then people no longer, the morality is taken out of the equation. Profit over people means morality is taken right out. And what happens when there's no morality, especially in the medical industry? Then they'll purposely make you sick in order to sell you the, you know, not cure, but sell you a solution to help alleviate some of those ailments. Just like Mrs. Cecil, I was vaccine injured as well. And I have a story about that, but I guess we're being joined right now by Mr. Jason Kristoff. So welcome, Mr. Jason Kristoff. He is well known for his extremely aggressive writing style to a wide array of health topics. You quit a very successful career in the health and fitness industry as a nutrition, exercise, and health expert after you realized that the subconscious programming of most people made it virtually impossible to be successful with their health. Welcome to the Truth Telethon, brother.
Thanks, Jesse. I see everything's going well here. I heard some sorcery words and some emphatic declarations, so I know I'm in the right spot.
Yes, you are. So I just wanted to say, you know, we really appreciate you and your time and what you've done and not allowed the programming of society to dictate to you how you should live your life, because a lot of people are scared because of the financial ramifications that happen when you decide to go against the system, as you've probably definitely heard. So do you want to get right into your questions?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I understand why people are afraid. The way the human, nervous system is designed. We're designed to, seek shelter and safety and security in the majority. And it's also been proven that the TV to, our nervous system or subconscious mind represents the majority. So the majority can be manufactured by, like you said, the sorcerers in Hollywood. And, they can kind of put that pressure on us and sort of lead us where they want us to go. And so, yes, I can completely understand the pressure people are under to, comply and be reflexively obedient to the herd and not speak up. But I mean, we're getting Pied Pipered right off the cliff, and people are going to have to start making some decisions about, do they want to be a compliant slave in a COVID concentration camp, or do they actually want to be free? And they really don't have too much time left. So yes, if you'd like to get into the questions I gave you, that would be great.
Okay, so first question, you've done plenty of research into Hollywood and media mind control. What do the virus and contagion movies have to do with what we are facing today?
Well, I'm not too sure if you noticed, Jesse, but over the past, say, 20 or 30 years, there was a lot of virus zombie vaccine movies. And this is the sort of mind control people don't really understand a lot of. We copy what we see. I mean, there was a movie called Gone in 60 Seconds. I'm not too sure if you remember that. It was in the year 2000, Angelina Jolie and Nicolas Cage. And people were, it was a movie about car theft. Now, when that movie was released in Burnaby, BC, Canada, car theft went up 70% in the first, I think it was the first 6 days. And there was something called The Cosby Show. Do you remember that show, Jesse?
Yep.
Yeah, so that was Mr. Huxtable. He was an African-American medical doctor, and then his wife, Claire Huxtable, she was an African-American lawyer. And during the it was a 9-year run of the show, African-American enrollment in medical school and law school went up 19%. And then a lot of behavioral experts called that the Cosby effect. And, once the show was over, the medical school enrollment and law school enrollment for African Americans plummeted down to pre-Cosby Show levels, and they called that the Lil Wayne effect. So basically, humans sort of copy what they see on their screens, and Hollywood is famous for like implanting our ideas, our beliefs, and our traditions and our rituals into us. And these shows like Legend with Will Smith or Angels and Demons with, I think it was Tom Hanks. And, there was other viral movies. I think there was one called, there was Angels and Demons, Legend, and then Outbreak. And all these movies were really all about programming the collective to believe in viruses and to believe in viruses and to believe in vaccines. And I think there was World War Z with Brad Pitt, and then there was Contagion with Matt Damon. And these Hollywood, productions were meant to kind of give people this, almost like this fake education, like a university degree from, or a PhD from Hollywood University, about how viruses and vaccines, operate. And if you do the research, you're going to see that there's plenty of medical evidence that viruses don't exist whatsoever. And this is where a lot of people are getting their ideas today from, that viruses are contagious and that you as a sick person can potentially infect a healthy person. But they've only done one experiment like this in all of sort of medical research history. In 1918, they took about 500 people with the Spanish flu, and we could get into that a little bit more deeply, but the 500 people that had the Spanish flu, I'm not too sure if people were aware, but they were vaccinated again with a vaccine called I think it was the paratyphoid vaccine and the typhoid vaccine. So they were very, very ill. And during the Spanish flu, which wasn't Spanish and wasn't even a flu, basically the people that were unvaccinated weren't sick. So a lot of people they're not aware of that either. So they took these 500 people that were sick, that were vaccinated, that a lot of people don't know about, and they brought those 500 people into a prison. So people that weren't vital to begin with, and the experiment which you can find on PubMed. This is not a buried experiment. You can find it on PubMed. A lot of doctors are posting this medical study right now, but they took 500 very ill people and they brought them into 100 sort of healthy people in the prison population, and they tried to prove that, you know, sick people could transfer their sickness over to healthy people. And this experiment was very raw. It was very graphic. They took saliva and they transferred saliva between the sick people and the prisoners. They took, I think they took, you know, basically snot, and they were kind of experimenting back and forth. They had the people sit close to each other as well. They even took, say, let's just say, use the raw word. They took snot, saliva. They even drew blood, Jesse. And then they actually, I don't think this experiment could be done today, but they injected it into the healthy people, and there was no transmission. So out of 100 of the prison population that were deemed healthy, we had 500 participants that were sick. Literally the average, you know, sick person in that 500 group could not transfer any of their sickness over to the healthy people. So today, we're having a population right now, Jesse, who believe in lies. And they believe in lies because humans, through behavioral modification psychology, are proven to mimic what they see sort of in their environment. Now, the reason humans mimic what's in their environment is because we have a genetic disposition to copy, mimic, and emulate and mirror the people that are around us because it makes us feel safer. I mean, humans are designed where if you're exactly like me, I'm going to get along better with you. So this genetic disposition to copy, mimic, mirror, and emulate, Hollywood knows that, yes, we do that. We download the behavior, we download the pictures, we download the symbols, and we use them as our own. So all these virus movies that are being put out were put out purposely to prime us for this attack, where you see the people on the road today, Jesse, with the masks, they're jumping into the bushes, trying to keep their 6-foot distances. They're talking about bubbles and cases and, you know, deaths. They're not aware that there is no scientific or medical research whatsoever to prove that a sick person can make a healthy person sick. And inversely, I mean, because it's just as asinine for me to say, well, I'm healthy and I could infect a sick person with my health. We can't do that. If you're sick and it's something internal to you. And then if I'm healthy, I'm immune from sickness. It's something internal to me. And the reason people are believing that viruses can infect people at will and take them down regardless of circumstance is only because of this nonstop Hollywood barrage that we've been under for the past 30 years. And it's been done on purpose, because if you go back in certain research, you see that this sort of COVID-based attack on society has been planned for. There's actually a lawyer in Canada, our top constitutional lawyer named Rocco Galati, who has sued the federal government here in Canada and all provincial governments and the municipality of Toronto, proving that or wanting to give charge to the effect or that there is no scientific validity to anything that the government is asking the public to do. He has evidence that this agenda goes back 70 years. We're waiting for our day in court. There's 50 scientists and doctors, experts in their field, waiting to testify against our federal and provincial governments. And the provincial and federal governments in Canada know that they've been public are biting hard into this agenda is because they were pre-primed to believe that viruses infect people regardless of health, or that a sick person can infect a healthy person. And it's simply not true whatsoever. And then part of the Hollywood production regarding these World War Z, or even the movie Hobbs and Shaw, was about, it was a viral implication. I was even watching, I think a couple of days ago, there was a movie called The Bourne Identity, the series. Do you remember that movie? The last one, I think, it had Edward Norton in it. But again, you could see it was about a virus. It was about using viruses to help humans become like super strong or superhuman. But there's so many movies out there pushing this agenda that's not backed by any valid or scientific research. I believe Dr. Thomas Cowan just released a book yesterday, medical doctor, a whole book that viruses don't exist in the way that we're taught. And so you have people walking around that literally just have their almost like a PhD or their master's in from TV University or Hollywood University, and they're very staunch in their opinion that
bullshitology, I call it.
What do you call it?
Bullshitology.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. I mean, in the way the human brain is designed as well, because I do a lot of research into mind control and mind programming. I use it to make people good. It can be used for good or evil, but the most insidious, function in our brain is that if we believe masks are safe, if we've taken in through our environment that it's sort of the safe behavior to mimic, we become anti-mask right away by definition. So as soon as someone believes that viruses, and they've taken it in and wholeheartedly swallowed the lie, they're pre-programmed to reject any evidence that proves otherwise. And of course, people like you and me, and we should probably get some kind of Facebook page together or a list of volunteers. We would happily go to what they would say would be 100 or 200 COVID infected. We would gladly sit in the room to show them, and we'd have to make sure that room wasn't full of Wi-Fi. But if it was just an environment that just had sick people in it, we would really, you and I and hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousands of other volunteers who would like to bring this knowledge to the table. I'd have no problem going into any environment with COVID patients, sitting right in the middle and proving that they can't infect me, as long as I can get
them.
Yeah, you could hug them, and we could even do the experiments. I would even trade saliva swabs with a COVID infected patient, and we because I'm confident. I know that my health is my health, their disease is their disease. It can't transfer back and forth. And again, one experiment in history, and there's a reason they didn't redo this experiment. When you're injecting, and like I said, very raw experiment, you probably couldn't pull it off today. The ethics are a little sketchy, because you're actually injecting snot, saliva, and blood of infected people into healthy people. You're not really allowed to do that anymore. But I would gladly transfer saliva swabs with any sort of COVID infected. And we're already aware of the testing for COVID. I'm sure, I don't know if anybody's already talked about it on the Truth Telethon, but it's the PCR test. It's called the RT-PCR test. And the reason they're using this test, it was invented by Kary Mullis. He was a biochemist, I believe. He won the Nobel Prize for this test. And they call it a test, but it's more of a process. And the reason the people who are ruling us love this test is because it has an amplification function that people don't know about. It's not like a pregnancy test. And it wouldn't even pass the standards of a pregnancy test. There's something called the gold standard, Jesse. So if I approach you and say, look, I invented a better pregnancy test, the gold standard is, let's bring in 50 women who we know are pregnant and see how this goes. Because if and bring me 50 that aren't, right? So if my test says that the 50 pregnant women, or say, out of the 50, only 30 are pregnant and 20 aren't, well, then they tell you your test is no good. Thank you for coming in. So the PCR test, which they used a little bit in the HIV AIDS epidemic, because it allows the puppeteers, the people that are orchestrating this, it gives them full control of the outbreaks. And the reason it does that is has an amplification. So Kary Mullis was a biochemist who wanted to study very minute quantities of, material in a sample. And some of those, minute quantities were so minute, you couldn't see them under a microscope. So Kary Mullis invented this sort of cycling of the sample through heating and cooling. And if you put it through one cycle, one little piece of genetic material becomes 2. If you put it through 2 cycles, that 2 becomes 4. If you put it through 3 cycles, the 4 becomes 8. And so the average cycling is about 30 cycles. But what they've done, what they've shown, and Thomas Cowan has talked about this, that at 60 cycles, everybody is infected with COVID, no matter what. And of course, it fails the gold standard as well, because so we cycle it 60 times. What it means is that one piece of very, very, very small genetic material gets blown up to be like, when you look through the microscope and you're looking down, as a lab tech, you'd be like, this guy's loaded. Like, he is completely infected. And so what Kary Mullis has said as well is like, and he's quoted, not only quoted, they actually have the video, which is, pushing. You saw the video. He said there's a little bit of everything in everybody. And what my test does is it amplifies that to the point where I can find anything in anybody at any time if I cycle it enough. And then they have these primer sequences. So someone might say, well, what's the lab tech looking at under the microscope? Well, each different company that makes the PCR has a primer sequence, and it highlights what they say. So it highlights almost in a phosphorescent, it almost glows to see it under the microscope. And every sort of company has their own little sequence, but it's only about 28 base pairs long. And a virus is 30,000 base pairs long, or what they call a virus. They're only looking for 28 base pairs in the first place. They're amplifying it beyond what's in the natural bloodstream or in the natural sample. And then they're declaring that person as COVID. And again, if you cycle it 60 times, every single person is declared as COVID, because no matter what genetic sequence you're looking for, you can find it in any sample you take: blood, saliva, lung tissue, anything.
Thank you for explaining that, because now I know how all these positive tests are coming about, and it just fits in with what's happening with society, and everything is deception and everything is manipulation. They can easily manipulate to get the results that they want.
Yeah, so what they can do is, say it's the NBA playoffs and you want to make sure everything goes okay. You contact the lab, you tell them some tests are coming in, you cycle it at the average cycling is supposed to be 20 or 30 cycles. But if you want to create an outbreak, you phone the lab, you say cycle it 50 times like they did in Melbourne. Wow. They sort of targeted these high rises that were lower income, and they love picking on, just like the lady before, she's talking about Planned Parenthood. They love picking on the poor people. They love picking on the minorities. So anytime there's some sort of testing, and for that testing in Melbourne, they were actually offering $1,500 payout for a positive test. So, of course, to the average human, $1,500 is probably enough to get them out of the chair and participate in this liaria-based test. They upcycle and process it and cycle it, say, 50 times. Everybody fails. Everybody's infected. But again, there's that gold standard that's missing. And under mandatory, like if you do a emergency declaration, which all governments have, one of the clauses that are triggered is you get to bypass the gold standard. Most people don't know that. So in Canada or Ontario, where I live, the actual, see how much time I got left here, the premier of our province declared an emergency for 6 months, even though the numbers didn't justify it. And one of the reasons is, number one, you can bypass civil rights under the Emergency Declaration Act. But another one of the Emergency Declaration clauses is you don't have to use the gold standard for any testing in regard to disease. So in the Melbourne lockdown that happened probably about 6 months ago, where those low-income high-rises were targeted, yes, probably about 300 people failed, but no one was sick. And that's by gold standard scientific definitions. A real scientist would say your test sucks. We can't use it because we want a test that works. We would like to test if someone's sick. Number one, they got to be sick first before we test it. But we need something to look for this material, and your test can't do it because it's saying they're infected. And I look at them and they're perfectly fine. It's like saying I'm pregnant, and because the test said I'm pregnant, I'm a guy. I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. Right? So this is the manipulation. We have the priming of the Hollywood movies. People are getting their PhD and masters from TV University. Then we have the fake PCR testing, which has a cycling mechanism. You can pick and choose. If you wanted to test a politician, you cycle it 5 times. He's safe. If you want to target a politician, you get them to do the test. You cycle it 60 times. He's infected. Full control of the outbreak at any time. And that's why they're using the PCR. And even Kerry Mullis said it's not a test. It's a way to look at stuff that's too small. So it makes a 1 grain of rice look like a tractor trailer full of rice if you cycle it enough times. And then you're like, oh, that guy's loaded. And also, I only got 2 minutes here. But again, different companies, about 8 different companies, make their own version of the RT-PCR test. And one company called Abbott Laboratories has been found that their primer sequence, which is, a certain chemical attaches to the DNA or RNA in the sample to highlight it so that you can see their primer sequence has the exact sequence of one particular genetic sequence found in every human being in the world. And so not only can you upregulate the infection rate by upcycling the PCR test, if you use the Abbott Laboratories test, you can just basically say someone's infected just because they're human, because they're trying to find a DNA and RNA sequence that all humans have in the first place. It's when you want to create an outbreak, you will see the Abbott Laboratories PCR test be the one ordered by your corrupt government to basically make sure that there's an outbreak when there isn't one.
Yeah, 100%. And like with what you said about the viruses being transferred, I have a whole bunch of stuff that I like because I've been doing a lot of this research too. So Tom Barnett, he's an epidemiologist out of Australia. He actually came out, and after hearing him talk, I realized what he was talking about how viruses are dead and they cannot be transferred from human to human. And for me personally, I would get sick once or twice per year, just as the seasons were. And obviously that's the body's natural detoxing of what you need to detox. I stopped eating meat 3 years ago. I haven't had a cold since. I haven't had a cold. I'm really focused on my immune system, eating properly, lots of supplements. I'm doing very well with my system, and I have not had a cold in almost 3 years. So our next speaker is having trouble connecting. So we do probably have another 15 minutes if you'd like to go on to question number 2.
Yeah. And I think people should, and I think people should know too that it is normal. It's normal human behavior to hear this, that viruses do not exist in the way that they're advertised. There is a detoxing If you read Barbara Wren, W-R-E-N, has a great book called Cellular Awakening, and what you see in her book is she, ancient knowledge is the body would detox sort of around the fall and spring equinox naturally, because this is like a cycle of a natural cycle. And our human farmers are very old, they're very ancient, they're very good at taking advantage of natural occurrences. So they're trying to tell you that you're sick because of COVID or sick because of the flu, but they're well aware of the natural cycles. They're been around a long time. They employ us to do all the science and the research and then funnel them all the information. So they look like they're really smart by saying like, the second wave is coming or the flu season's coming. But if you go back to ancient cultures, everybody was well aware that the body detoxed in November, and it also detoxes in late March or early April, where even the healthiest person can get a little phlegmy as the body starts to excrete. Are you still there, Jess? Well, I guess I'm here by myself, but as the body starts to excrete the toxins, this is why people get sick. And I'll also tell you a little bit about our ancient human farmers in regards to them taking advantage of natural human cycles. I mean, a long time ago, maybe Aztec days or the old there was certain tribes in Mexico, and these priests of old would also sort of predict. They studied the stars, they knew the eclipses were coming. So our human farmers were very good at coming down to that. Jess, you're still there, buddy? Okay, I was wondering where you're going, but I don't know if you heard that, but I was saying that, human farmers, they're very smart, taking advantage of natural cycles, and they studied the stars. They knew about the natural eclipses. So they would come to the forefront, having the knowledge that the public didn't, and making sure the public didn't get that knowledge in the first place. They could share the knowledge, but they didn't. So they'd arrive maybe in the old Aztec days and say, oh, give me your corn, give me your daughters, give me your money, give me your resources and assets, or I'll block out the sun. And they would coordinate that prior to an eclipse. And everybody would laugh. And you say no human has the power to block out the sun. And the next day, what do you know? The sun's blocked out. Everybody gives the corn, everybody gives the money, everybody gives the daughters. They're sacrificing their children. And this is what our human farmers throughout history have been very good at, is taking advantage of natural cycles or natural tendencies of the human. Like, humans also have a natural tendency to be afraid of the invisible. It's natural. You can't fight in the dark. That's why there's so many Invisible Man movies. It really gets to us on a genetic level, on an evolutionary level. We're afraid of the invisible. And so a lot of their boogeymen that they scare us with are invisible. COVID is one of these invisible entities. And when we can't deny nor confirm the existence of the threat, it really scares humans and, regresses them down to a childlike IQ state. And of course, fear is, it's very easy to govern humans that are in fear because of the childlike IQ state that the person is downregulated to. And nothing really sort of makes us more afraid than sort of an invisible enemy. And throughout history, there's a lot of con jobs, including, deities and various gods of the time period, where the people who rule us say, we're the only intermediary between the invisible, and you guys. The god said this, the virus said that. We're the only ones that can see the deity. We're the only ones that can see COVID with our magic glasses. So you have to really rely on us to be the intermediary between you and the virus, or you and the deity. Oh, you can't hear me?
No, I just wanted to let you know our next person has arrived. So
okay.
You just want to maybe share. I'd love to have a more in-depth on live. Maybe you can one day go and, you know, schedule something where we can really talk in depth on this. I think it's something people really need to hear more about. So I'd love to do that. If you're in, and can you just please tell people how they can connect with you?
They can connect with me, and maybe they can go to my website, jchristoff.com. It's Christ with an OFF on the end, or they can find me, Jason Kristoff, on Facebook, and then generally you'll get to my other locations from there. But thanks for having me on, Jesse. I know you're on a tight timeline. Thank you, Lori, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks so much, Jason. That was the amazing Mr. Jason Kristoff. So I'm sure, hope you got some really good information out there. And if you connect with him, please follow. Now we have here Mr. Stephen Garvey of the National Citizens Alliance Party. We're, you know, the party's here to protect and enhance Canada, and that includes provincial equity and fairness. They identify as true populist and a Canadian nationalist. Mr. Stephen Garvey, what would you like to share with us today?
Well, thank you, Jesse and Lori. Can you hear me okay, just to make sure?
100%.
Okay, wonderful. So NCA is very concerned about this 5G deployment that's going on, not only in Canada, but worldwide. And our concern is stemmed in public health and public privacy. And this 5G is a gateway to the AI technocracy. Also, the radiation from cellular 4G, 4 Lite is still pretty extreme. When you go up to 5G, it's going to increase in frequency and exposure. So we're creating more toxicity in our living environment, and also overlapping into nature environment. Jesse, this isn't good. So we've looked at the statistics for cancer, for example, since the 1980s. Cancer rates in Canada have almost doubled. What more factual information do you need to know that we're on the wrong track as a society? So our point is, if you don't have your individual health, you have nothing. You could be a billionaire plus trillionaire. It doesn't matter. If you don't have your health, you're done. And if we extend that further, if you don't have your health as a society, society's done. And what's happening is profit, greed, and a lot of the people listening know this, is coming before public health, individual health, Jesse. And this is what I think we're all fighting. So today, is there any way to turn this camera around? I guess just turn it, or?
Yeah, you just have to do whatever you do. If you press that turn button, we'll see what you see. So,
yeah, I'm not seeing a turn button on my thing. I guess I could, I'm not sure what I should do, because I wanted the, can you see that tower, Jesse?
I see a tree right in front, but I'm all looking at a small screen because I'm actually on my phone, but I'm sure everybody can see that.
Well, there's a nasty tower in front of me. I'm in my truck because it's quite windy today. I wanted to get out. I have my meter here, and I wanted to do some readings. So the meter I have today is picking up EMF radiation. This is the audio of it.
We can hear you good.
I'm going to turn the camera around. Right there, there's a pretty nasty tower. And that's beside a playground, a sports field. And the meter's maxing out at EMF radiation. Adverse health effects start at 0.5 volts per meter. We're up as high as 6 volts per meter. And we're over 15,000 microwatts per square meter. The safe level is at 1,000 microwatts per square meter average power output, Jesse. So this is real. This is only one example. The irony here too Behind me is a community care center. So we have people struggling with their health, yet we have this mega tower in direct line of travel sending EMF radiation to them. At 4.76 gigahertz, there's DNA breaks in cells. At 6 volts per meter, there's DNA damage in leukemia cells, on and on. Canada is utterly criminally negligent on this issue. They're putting our children and most vulnerable in serious harm's way. I'll give you an example. Russia, even France, has banned in Wi-Fi cellular devices in schools, Jesse. Canada, nothing. It's all about greed and profit. But hear the radiation. And so NCA is concerned about a lot of these issues. And this is just one of them, Jesse. But we ask everyone to be aware of your environment where you live. These towers are going up everywhere. And the radiation is going to be extreme. And it's going to harm your health. We don't know if it's connected to a depopulation, but we know it is a gateway to this AI society. And we're talking about self-driving cars, robots, AI machines, drones, Jesse, all this stuff, you know, right? But this is happening. And it was really interesting. This past week, Jesse, it all came out. And there was an article in the Times Magazine by the head of the World Economic Forum executive, Klaus, this guy Klaus, he's tied to the UN. He called it the Great Reset. This is what COVID, the lockdown, the mandatory mask has been a cover for. This is what they're doing. This is all tied to UN Agenda 21, 2030. This is global tyranny, NWO, without question. So this is what NCA is fighting. And that's all we can do, because we can see the tyranny of what's coming. It's harming our health. We're going to have no privacy. I was at a local university, Jesse, a couple of nights ago with some supporters. There was cameras everywhere, surveillance cameras on that campus. There was 5 cellular towers encircling it as well. The radiation was off the charts. Some of the surveillance cameras were connected to small cell antennas, but they were everywhere. So this is the surveillance grid that's coming. I've seen it in Banff, Alberta. They have them on the streets. They're deploying these things. New towers are going up everywhere. COVID is a distraction.
Yep. And so everybody, this is Mr. Stephen Garvey from the National Citizens Alliance Party. It's a registered political party in Canada. I want all of you to support, like, share out the party. I am actually going to help run into the next election. We're going to have someone in every single one of the ridings, in every single one. So we want to take back our country from the left, the red and the blue, the left and the right. The National Citizens Alliance Party telling you the truth and exposing the nefariousness of, you know, what's going on.
It's very scary, Jesse, what's going on. I was at someone's house the other day. She's sick. She's got radiation sickness, Jesse. Her son has radiation sickness. They can't sleep. They have blood in their stool. Her hair is falling out. They're having blackouts.
This is sad. So can you please just tell us, the time has come, just where, you know, a link to maybe the website or something to how people can reach you and the NCA?
NationalCitizensalliance.ca. That's our website. Jesse, can I add one last thing quick?
Quickly, yeah.
Yeah, we're under a shadow ban right now. And what's going on in the West? It's corrupt internally by these sellout politicians and the fake media, the fake alternative media, Jesse. And you know what it is? A political credit system online.
Just like China.
It's heading down the social credit system. But we have a political credit system. We're a registered party, and they're shadow banning us. And it's about controlling your thoughts, what you say, and what you believe. We're living in a tyranny now, Jesse.
Yep. So people, if you think that that we live in a free and democratic place like Canada, it's actually getting shadow banning from a political registered party. Thank you very much, Stephen Garvey, for your time. We look for hearing for you more, and please, everybody, join the party. Thank you so much, brother. Wow. And again, like I said, and even if you're not in Canada, join the National Citizens Alliance page, link up with them, support them, because it's an actual registered federal political party that is actually going against the agenda. So right now we have the beautiful Miss Melodi Estrella Diosa here to share her thoughts, her views, and her passion with the world here today at the Truth Telethon. Take it away, Miss Melodi.
Hi, Jesse. You're doing so good. I just wanted to say that to you. I've been tuning in all morning, and I am just so impressed with how everything is going and just the wealth of knowledge that people are bringing here to the public.
Wow.
And I think it's right. Isn't it amazing? Just goosebumps all over my body, which is pretty frequent for me. But mainly, I'm coming off the cuff here. I sometimes I get things and I compile it together to share, but I wanted to come off of the cuff today because I feel like this is my opportunity to really express the urgency of our current situation. Now, everybody...
I'm just going to jump out and allow you to have your time. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, my friend. Always love, my friend. I'll see you again.
I'll see you at the end. So take it away, Miss Melodi.
Okay. So anyway, we are in one of the most critical moments as a conscious collective we could be. The plans that they have for us are sinister, and most of us are fully aware of that at this point. Now, we are not powerless in this moment. We have actually all of the power. One thing that people should be understanding is that this war that has been waged on humanity is a battle in our mind. It all starts here. And as you've heard from the other speakers this morning, they have plotted against us from the time we weren't even conceived. This has been going intergenerations and generations. And the thing and the goal for these people and these criminals in power has been to program us and groom us for this moment. They have been working on getting in our subconscious minds and programming us into these cyborg, transhuman-like creatures. Now, I was talking with my mother, and she's very intuitive, and she's got a wealth of knowledge. And one of the things that she shared with me is pretty alarming, and it makes sense. Now, if you know me, I was very heavy into Christianity and the religion, and I had expanded my consciousness out of that and leveled up to a higher perspective and understanding, realizing that we are all connected to divine source God, and we don't need an intercessor, and there is no savior, but we are here to save ourselves. And it is now the time that we all understand that very important part, because I think people are expecting the second coming of Christ to be some magical show where the sky parts and angels fall and people are raptured out. And in reality, the second coming of Christ is here right now. And you, my friends, have been taking part in the great awakening of Christ consciousness all morning today. So congratulations to you. I really want to send you guys out some love for being here and taking part in this awakening of the collective, right? So one thing I was getting into is speaking with her. She opened my eyes to something which is very true. Now, in the Bible, it talks about the Antichrist being a great seducer of the masses. It talks about the Antichrist being the connector of all things, right? And I just want you guys to sit for a moment and ask yourselves, if you had the opportunity to let the modern conveniences go, are you willing to sacrifice things like the internet, social media? Are you willing to sacrifice your cable programming? Are you willing to sacrifice your Real Housewives, your Kardashians, your sports? These are questions that you need to be asking yourself, because part of the beast system is the technology. And their agenda to use the technology for their evil bidding is the problem here. And I'm not saying all technology is bad. There's been a lot of advances in the medical profession and just in life in general with the convenience of technology. But people being so reliant now on it, we're sitting in front of a screen majority of our life at this point. And I'm not sitting here saying that I don't get screen time, because I do get screen time. But my opportunity right now to use this beast to help awaken people is what we should all be doing. And if you're not out here doing that with your screen and the technology that's here to counteract what they're doing, if you want to really pay attention to what they do, they're hammering out their propaganda. Every channel, every news broadcast, every Facebook feed, it is their agenda being hammered into the subconscious minds of all of us. Now, there are some people out there, my friends, that aren't awake to their agenda, right? So those seeds of the propaganda are constantly hammered into the minds of the masses. And that is where it is time for us to use their weapon against them. We need to come out here and hammer out the real facts into the minds to counteract and balance out what people are seeing right now. Time is of the essence. If people do not begin to really come online to the truth about the system, which is, it is a corrupt system ran by criminals who have a nefarious agenda for you and your children's future. I think enough people have talked about and will be talking about the exact things that they are doing, like the towers they're putting up, the injections that they're jabbing with us with. I want to show us how to be a part of the solution. And a part of the solution at this moment is coming online to the truth. The truth being fighting their programming in your mind and sharing it with others, right? Now, everything in the universe, to take it into kind of the all God creator, it is mental. And we are energetic beings trapped in this flesh prison, right? During our stay here. But our frequencies vibrate out. The highest frequency is love. One of the lowest frequencies is fear. Now, if we all step into a courageous vibration, right, and leave the fear behind, we become powerful beings independently. But together, we will really make a difference. And the time is now for us to do that. We can no longer bicker about wearing a mask, doing this, doing that. We have to set aside our petty differences. Oh, you read the Bible. Oh, you believe in aliens. Great. Everybody's here and has free will to believe in what they want to believe. Hopefully, we can all come together and believe that this is the time that we unite and not divide. Now, Rome, everybody has experienced the tactic of divide and conquer, right? That is exactly what they've done with us. They continue to use that formula on humanity because they know together we are the power and they are a small minority trying to make all of the decisions for humanity. And we just don't want to allow that anymore. We can see the corruption. We can see the harm that they are doing to humanity and our earth and our home, right? And we don't want to consent to that anymore. We are loving beings. We are here to experience life, not experience their plan for our lives, but experience our lives and enjoy our journey, enjoy health, enjoy time with our children where we don't have to go to work and strive, giving all of our life force energy to corporations just so we can get a paycheck, which translates into monopoly money, right? Just so we can survive and keep a roof and food in our bellies and keep clothes on our children's back. These are all human rights, which we should all have access to just by being alive. And they have taken it from us. And somehow they have brainwashed people into believing that this is happiness and this is what we want. In reality, it's time we look in the mirror and tell ourselves, I am a shell of a person, and there is so much more to life than what they have given us. Their debt system, right? Their oppressive rules and regulations. My gosh, I can't even begin to tell you how many laws there are to follow. I mean, we don't need it. My friends, I'm pleading with you as human to human. It is time that we wake up to the fact that the system has to go. And I'm talking about globally. They have a global agenda. Excuse me, itch. They have a global agenda to enslave humanity. And they have been working on this for so long, and it's finally here. The jack move is here. They have put all of the pieces on the chessboard to get us in checkmate, but we are not going to fall. We are going to switch our consciousness online to the truth. Once that happens, they have nothing. If they do continue to try and enslave people when their consciousness online, they have no power to do it. Because why? We give them the power to rule us. When you go and cast your vote, Americans, voting is here. It's November. It's such a circus. I can't believe anybody with a rational thought in their brain would even consider going and putting down on paper and binding yourself to a system. And this has been discussed. I have a limited amount of time. If you're interested in learning more about this, then just follow me and I'll get in depth later. But these people are mentalists, they're magicians, they're sorcerers. They know our words have power and our life force energy means something. When you go and sit in a polling booth and you cast your life force energy to whatever criminal candidate is on the ballot, you are consenting to be ruled and surrendering your power to that entity. No more. We have got to stop feeding the beast. We need to starve the beast. People need to be coming together and advocating for themselves and for humanity. If we don't do this, the future for these children and generations to come is one that nobody wants to take part in, right? They plan on doing so much with our human DNA, altering our beings, changing who we are. It's really sinister what they're going to do, but the trend is right now to save the children. Well, it is our time to save the children. The only way we can protect the children from the beast is to slay the beast. And this has to take place globally. Every governing body around the world or on this plane is corrupt. And I need people to understand that. Every governing system is corrupt. They must be abolished. The people have to stop feeding these people in power. If we stop feeding the people in power, we keep our power and we can combat them moving forward into the battle. Now, like I said, this has been a war that's waged on our minds. So the battle is in our mind. Therefore, it is important that you do your due diligence in going out there and discerning for yourself. Follow the breadcrumbs, okay? This is the great maze. You have all of the capacity to navigate your way through here without a leader. I know it's been programmed in you that you have got to follow. Follow Jesus, follow the rules, follow the government. No, you follow your heart and you follow your intuition and you follow what is right. Humans are here and we're beings of love. We aren't hateful. That is what they've programmed us with. They've programmed us to be divided. They've programmed us to hate somebody based on their political views or based on how they look or where they live in their imaginary lines, right? They've programmed all of that into us. We are energetic beings connected to love. We are love. And that sounds really woo-woo, doesn't it? It sounds super woo-woo to somebody who has not acknowledged that they've been programmed by an evil system. Even the most Christian of Christian people will sit here and tell me they are these very kind and good people and all of these works that they do of charity. But deep down in their heart, they have divided themselves and put themselves in a box being aligned under that religious sector. And I want people to understand, if Christ was alive today, he would not be religious. Christ actually preached opposite of religion. Christ preached against the Pharisees, against Caesar. He wanted people to be free. He studied and gained knowledge. And once he had the higher perspective, he went out with others and they were speaking of a different perspective and giving people another thing to look at, aside from just the religious doctrine that they had with the Old Testament. Like I had said, we now are the second coming. We now have the beast system of technology to use to our benefit, right? And this system we need to be using productively. While we have this, they're using it against us. They're monitoring us constantly. They're always watching every corner, every convenience store, every shopping mall, in our cars, in our homes, they're listening. They're always on us. And we have got to make people out there understand the time is now to rebuke the beast. Everybody's so concerned about getting this mark of the beast vaccine, the mark of the beast. Well, I'm sorry, my friends. If you are taking part in voting for governing officials to continue to enslave us and take part in their evil agendas, consenting to their warmongering and their criminal conduct against humanity, then you have already cast your life into the beast. And this time, right now, you need to withdraw, rescind that back to yourself. Keep your power and cast it into the truth. The truth being what you know in your heart is right. And anybody out there, regardless of if you're really down the rabbit hole of conspiracies or not, everybody out there knows that this is a complete nightmare, what they're doing to humanity. New Zealand, you can't even refuse a test or they're putting you in a quarantine camp. Melbourne, Australia, those people, 2 weeks of lockdown has turned into over 200 days of a dystopian hell. Okay? UK, America, we're next. We cannot allow them to continue to control our minds. This election, everything that's going to come, the circus and the charades that are going to come, we've got to be smarter than they are. Take the power into your mind. We will not be deceived by their cases, their cases, their cases, their cases. We will not allow them to program our mind anymore. This is a battlefield, remember. Arm yourself for battle. How do you do that? You do that by discerning the lie. And these criminals are lying to us. We will not go back into a second lockdown. We will stop consenting to these ridiculous mandates, masks, all of this nonsense that we've consented to. It's time to say no more. Pull your power back. Hold on to your power until your heart tells you where to cast it. We are powerful beings. Like I said, take the fear out of the equation. We have nothing to fear. They should fear us because we're waking up to their deception and their mind control. So if anybody has anything to fear, it should be the people in power fearing all of us waking up to the truth. And that is what they need to run from, is the truth. And that, my friends, is why they have been censoring us out here in the truther community, shadow banning people who are putting out legitimate information, shadow banning people who are trying to expose their agenda. Because if they get us here in America back into our homes, I hate to say this because I don't want to fearmonger, but they're coming for the guns. And touching on this really quickly, the only reason why they haven't gotten those stringent mandates implemented here yet is because Americans are armed to the teeth. We're armed to the teeth and they know it. They have bred us with a sense of patriotism. That's how they've gotten us to go and partake in their criminal wars. So they've shot themselves in the foot here. So they're really working extra overtime on us Americans, right? To get us in fear and to get us to comply with this. And they've used Trump to rally this really unique cult-like following. And they've got the Q psyop to keep everybody trusting in the plan, right? No, we've got to stop. Do not allow them to put us back in our homes for a second time. Trump has already mobilized the military across the country. They are already strategically placed. If we go back in our homes, I'm sorry, guys, but it's not going to be good. And that is a message for Americans. You need to not comply and stop complying. Stop wearing the damn masks. They're watching everything we do. They're studying us like lab rats to see how we respond to this or that, to see what they need to do and tweak in their plan to better get control over our minds. False flags, riots, police killings, all of that is a distraction. Keep your eyes focused, okay? Don't listen to all of the static and the noise. They are really battling for our minds here in America because we have the means to fight. And I hope it doesn't come to that because in reality, our real power is here, but they know that we're not going to go quietly. So this is where they're really, really hammering. So that was just for Americans, but collectively as citizens of Earth, I think the same formula, we've got to take our power and start casting it into ourselves and to what we know is right. And what we know is right is our children being able to laugh and have the freedom of their future to do and have kids when they want to. I mean, the plans they have, they don't want anybody having children unless they have a say in it, you know? And that's been part of the agenda to sterilize people. People nowadays have a lot harder time conceiving because of all of the chemicals and the vaxes, but I don't want to get into all of that now, but yeah, so it's been an agenda and it's finally coming to a head here. And now is the time. We don't have time to be quiet anymore. We don't have time to worry about what others are going to think about us. We now have to step up and lead people forward, period. And even if you're just starting to wake up to the government corruption and the fact that all of this has been scripted for us our whole lives, and we've been programmed by a very evil cabal of people, even if you're just coming into it, be brave and know you are not alone. There are so many of us that are out here speaking, and there's even more of us out there that are too afraid to speak. And I'm speaking to those who feel like they are afraid to just step out there and speak out against it. Be bold. Take that first courageous step. With doing that, you're going to feel so empowered because you're going to be aligning with your truth. The truth is this doesn't sit well with anybody. And anybody telling you that this is fine for them is living in a lie and a contradiction. We weren't created to be enslaved like we are. And the spirit of freedom, the spirit of love is in each and every one of us. And they are seeking to put the flame out. So now more than ever, we've got to be bold, speak out, and go loudly forward. We will not go quietly. They want us quiet, and we're not going to go quietly forward. We're going to continue to share the truth because that is what's going to infect the masses, not this big boogie bug. Anyway, Jesse, off the cuff there, my friend.
Hi, how's it going? It is amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. You inspired me. I got the angel bumps all down my back. I want to rise up. I want to do what I can to take back the system from these people.
Power. Yes. Amen, Jesse. You're doing an awesome job. Thank you guys for inviting me to be a part of this. You know, I'll be seeing you in all the familiar places.
And please let everybody know, please let everybody know how they can connect with you further, because you have an inspirational message. You've got a lot of passion, and you really are good at firing people up. So I want people to connect with you.
Well, they got a mild version of me today, didn't they, Jesse?
I was like, wow, I was very impressed about the lingo. You kept it definitely family orientated and a little bit different than your usual passionate verbiage that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah. So forewarning to anybody who thinks about following me in the future, you know, I am 100% authentically going to be true to me. So foul language, any of that offends you, I probably am not the person for you, but I hope that we can all see past our differences and unite together despite those things, because now's the time. You can find me on Facebook, probably most frequently. Melodi Diosa Estrella is the handle. I took my last name off of there, my real name, because, you know, it was getting kind of creepy. And you can also find me on YouTube or MeWe, Instagram, just search that same name.
Okay, awesome. Our next guest is not here, but we do have someone waiting. So if you did want to share anything for a few more minutes, you can, or if that's everything, then we can go on to the next person.
Well, I think it's just an awesome thing that people need to understand is owning their own power. And once people realize that they are a powerful being and stop giving their power away to whatever external entity, a huge shift is going to happen collectively. And then the real fun will begin, because then we're going to feel that energetic shift. And these criminals are going to start clamoring around desperately once they see that they have lost the power, because in the end, love wins. And that is the truth. That is why they're going so hard for you, Jesse, because you got on there and started sharing all that good vibes, right? So they're coming for the love, you guys. And that's one thing that this vaccine is targeted towards, which they've shared. You know, it's going after that pineal gland, that spiritual part of the brain, because they don't want you feeling good. They want you docile, compliant, fluoridated, and in their little world of just utter slavery. And I'm sorry, but no, we won't. We don't, and we're not gonna.
And with what Miss Melodi is saying is a part of this vaccine. So I actually watched it was in the Pentagon. They talked about how they could help with extremism, radical religious extremism. So they developed this to take away the God gene, to take away that fundamental extremism, take away the ability to have that empathy. So now it's, you know, people that are extremists, they still are very empathetic in their extremism, but they just have twisted it and warped it. So what the vaccine had actually done, and this actually came from the Pentagon and came from the military industrial complex, in order to take away that ability to have that feeling, that connection to spirit, that connection to God, which in turn makes the ultimate slave robot programmed person do what you're told, and you don't talk back because you don't even feel the need to.
Exactly. So is this the kind of system, knowing what we know about these people and their criminal conspiracies to manipulate us as humans and steal our God-given right to connect with our Creator? Are these the kind of people that we're going to continue to give our power and consent to this kind of trash? No, we want nothing to do with it. The time is now, my people. The time is now to unite and wake up to the truth that these people are criminals. These people are out to get your energy to build their beast and power the great machine for their profit, and take your children's future with them and everything after that. No, the time is now, not up for a discussion. The hearts are going to be lit with the fire of truth. That's why they're working so hard to damper it and put the flame out. But the sparks are flying and Inferno's going to pursue. They like to start fires, right, Jesse? We know their tricks. They like to start fires. Well, guess what? We're going to be the fire starters now. So the spirit of truth, set ablaze into the hearts of the masses, and let us all burn this system to the ground.
100%. And like with what Melodi is saying, what they're doing is just fueling the fire. It's getting us stronger. It's getting us more noticed. I've been on a really high vibration of love, positivity. I haven't been pushing anything to do with what's been going on with the system. I've been looking to keep things vibrating as high, to get people that are scared and alone to know that there are other people out there, and they've been targeting me hard for that, deleting my accounts, deactivating me. I've been battling this last 5 months this last 6 months of increasing people's vibrations. They've been coming, like I've literally been on live, and then all of a sudden my entire system tells me I have to force shut down my system. It's out of nowhere. I have to shut down my system. So I do some things in order to keep going, because nothing will ever stop us. We are all lighthouses of the truth. We will keep shining brightly for you all. And no matter what happens to what platform, we will continue being out there spreading the truth for you all. I love you so much, Miss Melodi.
Yes,
Thank you
Jesse.
for everything you do, and really look forward to hearing more and seeing more of you.
I will see more of you too. Thank you for everything you do, my brother.
Very welcome. That was the beautiful Miss Melodi Estrella. So our next guest here we have is Miss Melisa Oso, and a personal friend of mine as well. She's a regular, family member of the High Vibe Love Tribe. She puts so much time and energy in sharing out. So she's a licensed clinical social worker in the state of New Jersey, an intuitive free spirit, and a lover of liberty.
Hey, I don't know if I can see you. Hold on 1 second.
There you go.
Okay. Hey, Jesse, how are you?
I am doing amazing. This is going so well, and I am just so thrilled to be able to hear everybody's different perspectives on things. Would you like this to be a conversation between us, or would you like to be on? Yes. Okay.
I feel very safe with you, Jesse, because I just want to share that I met Jesse at the beginning of the lockdown, and he had the High Vibe Love Tribe. And I joined it, and I think there's only been a few days I've missed it. So I just want to thank Jesse I think he's amazing, and it really helped me out a lot. So I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. So what would you like to share with us today here on the Truth Telethon?
Well, for me, I think my specialty as a live caster has been to model my life and to inspire others as I'm going through this awakening. It's almost like an awakening, a reality series. So everybody who is on my friends list got to see what I've been through, and speaking truth, shedding layers, and becoming more authentic. It helped me. You've all witnessed how I transformed and why I'm here today. So I guess that's what I want to share with other people. I have two intentions for today, but my first intention is that the people watching, that and maybe in the back of their mind, they want to be a live caster, but they don't know how to go about doing it. I want to show them how I've been doing it and how, I'm here today. So that's my intention. That's one intention I have. The other intention I have is for myself. With this live cast, that I honor myself, that I show grace, and that I'm authentic and I'm 100% present for all of you. That's my intention for myself.
Awesome. It's amazing to hear. And what else did you want to share?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What else would you like to share with us today?
Oh, okay. So the first, again, I want to thank Alan, I want to thank Lori, and I want to thank you for organizing this. I really appreciate it. I'm honored to be here, and I'm honored to be amongst such diversity of thought, and that we all have our own individual opinions, and it's a safe place that we can all just talk. So I want to thank everyone for that. I guess the first part I want to go over is why am I here today? So I want to start that by saying that why I'm here today, I believe there's 4 C's of why I'm here today. And these 4 C's are the characteristics that every live caster here today has. So I want to go over that with people today. The first thing that, hold on one second, let me just get it. The first C is curiosity. So I believe that every live caster that is a researcher has curiosity. So that is to seek and ye shall find. And that's very important. If you don't have curiosity, I don't see yourself becoming a live caster or becoming a researcher, because you have to be curious. And I want to also say that curiosity is so important today for our children. When we look at the education system and how teachers are boxed in and how they can teach, and what we're seeing now, the end result of it, remote classes, and everybody's seeing what's going around, how a lot of the information that's being taught is wrong. And really what I would like to see with schools is with children, to help them become more creative. So that's the first thing. My opinion, every person, every live caster has creativity. The second part, curiosity. The second part is creativity. I define creativity as my link with spirit, my link with our creation. So I believe that the curiosity comes down through your crown, and you feel it, and it's a place of bliss, and it's a place where you get all your ideas, where you learn to create, where you learn to build, where you learn to define who you are. That's the creative process. So every live caster here, from what I've seen, they all have creativity. If you don't have creativity, no one's going to want to listen to you. People are drawn to other people who have creativity. Another thing about creativity is manifested out through your essence. So a lot of my previous live casts have been on essence. What defines essence? I would create my essence, and then I'd put it on Facebook and show everybody, here's my essence. As a way, like, this is how I develop my essence, and this is how you could maybe consider doing it, or find your own way to do it. Get ideas from what I have done. Okay, so, and then the other, hold on a second, let me find it, 1 second. Confidence. So the third one is confidence. Any person, any live caster on this side of the screen has to have confidence. There's an ability to be vulnerable in front of other people. And I think that is definitely part of my intention, is to be vulnerable in front of you, to be authentic in front of you, and to bare my soul to you as I'm in front of you. And that's also something that I've inspired to do on my live cast, to bare my soul, to show you my essence. And what I value in other people is when they show me theirs. Confidence is, being authentic. It's opening your throat chakra. It's speaking your truth, despite what could happen to you. And people who've watched my live cast also know that I've once I began opening my throat chakra, setting boundaries, my life began to actually kind of fall apart. And in place of it, I built a very strong person that's sitting in front of you. And I would say that is confidence. And confidence is expressed or manifested through courage. And every live caster that I share this platform with has demonstrated courage. And that's also what I want to share to anybody who is inspiring to be a live caster, that you need courage. Part of my curiosity was studying mentalism. And before I came on today, I had all these thoughts in my head saying, you don't belong there with all these people. You're not smart enough. You're not bright enough. You're not interesting enough. You're going to flounder your words. No one's going to find you interesting. So the mentalism piece in that had to stop that right in its track and say, this is not okay. Like when you set boundaries, you're setting your own boundaries for your own mind. And it was doing that to me. And I'm like, oh, no, you're not doing that to me today. You are not doing that to me today. And I put my own messages in my mind. I listened to music and I thought of what are great things about myself. What do you want to say? How do you want to express yourself to other people? And that was work I had to do. And if I didn't do the work before I came on and haven't done the work that I have been doing over a long period of time, I wouldn't be able to sit in front of you and be able to be vulnerable, speak in truth, and be confident. So that's another thing I want to share, that we all have, before every one of us, I'm sure, before we came on this screen, had insecurity or felt, we're going to be judged, or maybe I won't be as special as other people on here, or those kind of things. And that's what I wanted to share. It's not easy for anybody. And my intention is for the next telethon that someone watching will have heard my voice and heard my live cast and said, you know what, I'm here. Now I'm here this time around. And I'm confident. And I listened to what she said and I manifested it in my own way. So that's another thing I guess I wanted to share. Jesse, is there anything you want to ask since you're there?
No, keep going. That's because your team is still going. Ooh. So I'll let you know when things, so you can just keep talking. Okay. You're doing amazing. This is great information.
Well, the fourth C, really, that's courage. And that's, I had to, when I exhibited my own courage in town, to have to protest against things that I didn't believe were right and true. I had to do the mentalism as I did today before this live cast. I listened to music. I in my mind, I would keep telling myself, it doesn't matter if everyone around you thinks you're crazy. It doesn't matter what these people think about you. It doesn't matter. It matters what you think about you. And it matters what are you doing? Is it right what you're doing? Is it following the principles of what you're doing? And I bring that actually back to natural law, the principles of natural law, mentalism. And that, applying that to my life has changed my life. It's been the hardest. This lockdown has probably been the hardest time in my life, but it's been the most building time of my life, because it's helped me define who I am. No one else around me is defining me. I'm defining me. And I'm doing that with every boundary I set. I look at it this way. It's sort of like how we want to audit the Federal Reserve. In my mentalism and also, working with my curiosity, I dove into all different parts of myself. I opened all different closets, every single relationship I've had, how I dress, how I behave, everything was re-looked at. And I had an audit. I'm still doing an audit, and I'm shedding things that aren't healthy for me, things that aren't in alignment. That's what I'm doing right now. And I'm showing it to other people around me as, as you'd say, like a way shower to people who maybe find it interesting what I'm going through, and to apply it in their own life. So, you know, that's what I mean by courage. The ability also to be yourself, the ability to be yourself, the ability for you to show up and stand in your truth and connect with people. And another thing I want to say too is through this, I don't know if it's poetry that I listen to a lot when I'm going to do something really difficult, is Charles Bukowski's Go All the Way. And every time I have something major, I listen to that over and over again. And, you know, in it, he says, when the gods show you show you chances, know them and take them. And when I heard of this telethon, I knew that that was one of the chances that I had. Know them, take them. Don't make excuses why you can't do it. Don't give yourself an out. You show up and you be present. You be 100% present and authentic in front of all these people. And maybe at the next telethon, there'll be somebody who said they heard your voice. They heard me, that I made a difference to them. By being vulnerable, I made a difference. And I said, hey, I can do it. You can do it. You know, we're all special. You know, it's just a matter of you finding out what's special in you, and then you doing it, and then you doing it, you showing it. Show everybody your essence. You know, stand in grace, stand in your truth, and don't let anybody judge. You know, don't let their judgments of you stop you. A year ago today, I never would have thought that I would have been here on a live, you know, on a telethon as a truther. Never in my wildest dreams. When before the lockdown, I set my intention that I wanted to be a live caster and I wanted to do this. This is something I wanted to do. And today I'm here. So I know that you can manifest things. You know, when you do your inner work and you connect with your feelings, that's your intuition. Your feelings are your guidance. It tells you when to do things. It's your trust in yourself. It's nobody else. You know, I think our message for all the live casters message was, do not listen to what I'm saying. You could take pieces of what I'm saying, but develop it yourself. Develop it develop it. It's yours. It's yours. It's nobody else's. And a lot of times in that cracking of the egg piece, where you're shedding away layers and you're going through closets, that's a void. That's a void that's open. And a lot of times cults can come into that void if you don't fill it with yourself. You have to fill it with your intuition. You have to fill it with your own feelings, give you signposts of which way to go. You know, you might see it in symbols. You know, I say I'm intuitive. I see it in symbols. I see it in my feelings. You know, I'm very open to what's going around me, like a bird, you know, like how nature is. Like nature, birds know when a storm's coming. Birds know. They know to fly away. They know when to hibernate. They listen to their environment. And that's how I am, or how I operate as an intuitive. Is there anything you want to, now I just paused for a second. Is there anything you want to ask me, Jesse, or anything that you want to share about what I've said so far?
No, yeah, you're doing a great job, and it's, you know, you're really explaining about, you know, how it is and getting up, you know, in front of people and doing what you're doing. We still got lots of time, so, you know, you can keep going. You're doing wonderfully, and I love listening to you. It's, you know, it's a good chance to really, you know, hear what you're about.
And that's another thing too with Jesse. What I've been working with Jesse is becoming meek. You know, I've done a lot of work cleaning out my closets and saying what doesn't work in my life, what does work, and it keeps coming up. And Jesse is meek, and I always tell Jesse he's meek. Jesse's made it to the meek step where he has the power behind himself. He has the vulnerability, but he doesn't need to lash out. Jesse is more, and there's just different ways. I'm not judging any other way because I have a tendency to lash out when I get angry. And today, that's why my intention before I came on was to be soft, to walk in grace, but be confident and authentic. And I believe that's meek, and it's a process for me to get there. I'm not, and Jesse, you see that it's very difficult for me. I can get very angry, and the attacks around you from people, you know, and people who don't research, and you know those kind of things. I get angry. So my next goal for myself is to move towards meek, you know, moving grace. And I remember, Jesse, you were saying earlier about love and how important it is to be, you know, walk in love and kindness, but having boundaries. We're not saying you don't have boundaries. So, you know, that's a journey of mine as well. I also want to piggyback, since I have more time, to talk about feelings. And my way of manifesting is through feelings. You know, I'm so in touch with my feelings that I know how to direct it out, and how I know how to move energy through my body. And that's all goes back to curiosity. You know, it didn't just come to me overnight. I looked into it. I've always been an empath, but I connected it later. You know, I'm connecting it now. Every day I wake up thinking, you know, what can I learn today? You know, what music can I listen to today? What art can I connect to the music that I listen to today? What can I learn today? You know, how can I be more creative today? Like, creative is always a goal that I have every day. How do I be more creative? Because that's a feeling of bliss for me, being creative. The manifesting of what I do is I connect with my feelings and my intention, and I let it out. So during the beginning of the lockdown, I hated my hair and I wanted to just shave it off. I came so close to shaving my hair off. But then instead I switched it and I said, you have Egyptian curls. Your hair is now Egyptian curls. So every day I put conditioner in it, and I would do this, and I'd be like, your hair is Egyptian curls. And now I look at my hair and I'll say, you have Egyptian curls. Everything's changed about me. I'm a size 2 now. I wasn't a size 2 before. I listen to music, and I dedicate, as everybody else, you know, who knows me on my live cast, I dedicate love songs to myself. And I'll just tell everybody on Facebook, I'm dedicating a song to myself, a sexy song. And every day I'd listen to it. And it was nobody else. It was never another person in the song. It was just me. And as I did it every single day, I started to see myself change, and I became that woman. And so I believe that, like the MK Ultra mind control, you can apply that to yourself. You know, you have, like, what you put in your mind is what you manifest. So I made sure that I put sexy things in, or beautiful things, or interesting things in the songs I listened to. And I thought of myself, and that's something everybody around me can do. And so I would just dedicate it. You know, I'm like, I'm not embarrassed to feel this way about myself. Or I'll tell everybody I'm a goddess. That's another thing that I wanted to write down about myself. If you wonder, like, why am I here? Well, how do I define myself? Well, I define myself as a Venusian goddess. I'm a Venusian goddess. I'm bright. I'm deep. I have essence. You know, I'm funny. Like, those are things that I think today people feel insecure saying that, but they can give compliments to other people, but they don't give them to themselves. You know, so if I don't feel that I'm a goddess, you know, how would anybody else think I'm a goddess? So it's MK. You take the darkness of what they use, the hypnosis that they use, and I apply it in a way of light, because I'm not hurting anybody by thinking I'm a goddess or believing I'm a goddess. If everybody believed that, maybe the world would be a better place. You know, there wouldn't be animosity and jealousy of who's doing this and who's doing that. You know, if you're happy with yourself and you're working on your essence, you're not worried about what other people are doing. I'm going to take a sip of water.
Yeah, no, and you know, you're exactly right, because when you focus on yourself and bettering yourself and your situation around you, you're not worried about what anybody else is doing. And if people are struggling, you offer assistance. If people are doing well, you give them the praise, you give them the support. But by no means is that, you know, if anybody is, you should be trying to knock somebody down, we're all believe in different things. We've all been taught different things. So we're looking to uplift humanity. And when people are causing division, when people are doing anything to try to knock people down a step, they're actually knocking themselves down. You're knocking yourself down, because we're all rising up together in this magnificent awakening that we've all been blessed to be in.
And I want to go back to, too, with even Charles Bukowski, you know, when you have an opportunity, no one take one, you know, and that is important, that when life gives you opportunities, the manifesting part, you can feel everything as much as you want. But when the universe or God, or however you want to define it, when you're offered an opportunity, you need to take it. You need to do the work, the inner work, to build your confidence. You have to build your confidence. No one else is going to build it for you. If it's built externally, it's going to break. So no matter, I guess for me, through this process, I always know I'm going to be okay, because I have myself. You know, I have myself. I have my intuition. I will always be okay. And that's just such a gift. You know, you can have all the money in the world. You know, you can have all these external comforts that you need it within yourself. And it's not cliche to say that. You really do have to do the work. And that will give you the confidence to get in front of people and just be yourself. And if you know what, if every single person in here thought I was terrible and didn't want to listen to me, I'd still be okay. I'd still be okay. And I think that's another thing that live casters or truthers or independent people get, is that you've had to have this, you've had to be able to define yourself, because you've chosen not to let other people define you. And that's how you can use your voice. So I wanted to say that.
When I started doing the live casting, this was a few years ago, and I had people come in, and there was this thing called the couch gang, where people start talking about couches and really trying to distract people. And I had them come into me the one time, and then they sat and listened for a little bit, and they said, you know what? You're too nice. And they left, and they never came back. I never had them bother me again. And, you know, it's all about the mindset and how you respond to people. And, you know, it really is putting yourself out in front of people, and people are trying to distract you. When people are unhappy with their own lives, they're trying to make other people miserable as well. But it all comes with loving yourself, because you can't truly love somebody else until you love yourself. And when you truly love yourself, then when people come at you, it doesn't bother you the same, because you have that glow inside of you that they can say whatever they want. They're just confused people. They're scared, they're confused, they're angry, they're living in fear. So they're trying to get me to their level. But once I became that loving of myself being, that I don't let people bring me to their level. And I've had to do a lot of work, because I am a Scorpio, I am fiery, I am you know, have the ability to like fly off the end on things. But I don't allow myself to do that anymore, because that's not who I am, and that's not what I'm about. So I've really been able to do the self-work to find out who I am, so that way I can come here and be balanced in front of you all, you know, and connect with people the way I do, because I had to do the work.
And that's another thing I want to say too, is that, you know, life gave me, the universe gave me an opportunity today. And I wanted to be 100% present for this opportunity that the universe has provided me. It's a gift. And when it comes to me even doing my live cast, I try to just be real with myself, like to objectively look at myself. And, you know, if I'm not getting a lot of views, you know, maybe I could try something different, not to all of a sudden say, well, this person didn't share and this person didn't do this. Those are excuses. You know, it's not going to help me as a crutch. And I think a lot of us who have given up those isms in life, that you're never a victim. So if something I have, you know, if I do a live cast and it's not shared, what can I do different? You know, maybe I'm not connecting in the way I need to. You know, looking more internally than looking externally. You know, you look for weaknesses, strengths, all of it. You know, you don't just look at your beauty. You gotta look at all of it. You know, sorry, moving. So you know, that's important. And again, I'm grateful to be here. And I'd hope the next time I come on, you know, I do believe, and I just said that, and next time we come on, so hopefully we'll have another one, and I'll be on, and there'll be somebody on who is new, somebody who's watching today. How amazing. Like when you think of alignment, there's a person watching this that feels something, and they feel aligned to it, and they're already started their manifesting. How wonderful is that when you think of that? You know, because somebody did it for me. That was Ty. Ty is going to be on tomorrow. I watched Ty do it. And I'm like, you know what? I want to do that. And he's a very creative person. And it helped me be. I'm like, well, he can do it. I can do it. I didn't steal from his creativity. I developed my own in my own way. But I looked at him and said, wow, he's free. I want to be free too. I want to be free to express myself and feel confident enough to express myself in the way I feel comfortable.
Thank you so much, Miss Melisa Oso. You know, she is on Facebook, Miss Melisa Oso, so you can definitely connect with her there. Are there any other places that you can tell people about?
Well, I have a website coming. It's going to be in later in November. I still am working on it. It's called Melissa's Mind. And but it'll be out. It's not ready yet. Right now, just Melisa Oso on Facebook. And then again, at the end of the month, I'll have my web. We're all doing websites, so as a backup and just to develop our creativity through our websites. So I'll be on there.
Thank you so much for taking the time, coming here, sharing yourself with the world. Love you so much, and we'll see you later at the High Vibe Love Tribe.
Bye. Thank you.
Wow. See, lots of different information from lots of different people that are coming here to present, you know, what they want to share with the world here. So we really hope that you are, you know, getting some good benefit out of this. I know I am, and connecting with people in this way is such a bonus for me. So the next person who we have here is Mr. Harry Vox. He is from Vox News. He's a pioneer in explanatory journalism, where he helps understand the news and the world around. Say their end goal is not just telling you just what happened, but how you feel about what just happened, and making you understand, you know, what has happened. So, Mr. Harry, if you can turn on your camera, because I can't see you right now. Are you there, Mr. Harry? So he says they deliver a lot of contextual information. Traditional news stories aren't designed to carry. Vox.com is part of the Vox Media family. And we're having our first little technical difficulty. So we don't see or hear Mr. Harry Vox yet. So I did have a point of what Miss Melissa was saying, and yeah, it's, you know, putting yourself out there. It's time is now to stand up for what is right. There we go, Mr. Harry Vox. Were you able to hear what I said introducing you? No, I can't hear you. I can see you, yes. I can see you okay. I just can't hear anything.
Is that good? Did you hear it now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, let me just close this window here. What a mess. How you doing? So yeah, Vox, but that's okay. That's the voxnews.com, which is different from that's vox.com rather. They're this corporate entity that's actually disguised as somebody that's doing something good, but that's actually explaining it in the wrong way. Let's put it that way.
Oh, that's not you. My bad. I was doing a little bit of search for you because I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you or talking with you. I couldn't find you, so that's the information that I found.
Yeah, I spend most of my time actually tearing Vox.com to shreds because they are actually funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. We can go into that. But another thing, too, I wanted to suggest that not to have, because I got an email saying share this with friends, but then it said like you got to register and then you got to go to Facebook. I don't have a Facebook, and all my friends who are producing interesting content that's truth telling content have all been banned from Facebook. So I would definitely recommend not sticking around Facebook too much longer. If you're going to be a truth telling forum, the Facebook is definitely not the place for that. But what I was going to talk about is a little bit about some of this some of the most important things that we have to understand to make it through this time. Okay, first of all, before I get into this idea that vaccines right now, rejecting the mandatory vaccine is actually the cornerstone to preserving our freedom. That's because that one thing is the thing that all of the other plans that the ruling power structures have hinge on, that depend on that. So if they are successful at getting mandatory vaccines where the military can enter your house, hold you down, and put that, let's just say, put that chip in you. And people say, oh, it's not going to be a chip. Well, it's an incremental process towards the chip. The idea is that the vaccine is the universal identification. It's the universal passport. It is the literally the barcode, the human, it's the sucking dry of the human spirit to make us more manageable, much like the ruling class or a business owner in Costco manages products in the store. Every product has a UID, and that's the point of the vaccine, because it's the vaccine that's going to replace the license, the social security number. The vaccine certificate is going to replace the passport and everything. That is the universal idea, and that is how the billionaire tech companies are going to usurp the nation state. Okay, so basically it's the medical technocracy is their methodology that they're using to actually subsume the nation state under their control, because you see they've already largely done that. The Cuomos, the Newsoms, the Gretchen Whitmer, of all these little authoritarian, little Nazi authoritarians. You know, everybody's got a control. All these little control freaks there. They're all coming out of the woodwork because they've been promised by the banking system, the international bankers, hint, hint, that there'll be something in it for them if they just go along with the plan. And we're seeing how easy it is and how cheap it was for the ruling class, these bankers, these fucking literally these private equities, Jewish private equity companies in Wall Street, literally, I mean, that's what they are basically, that have said, look, all we have to do is give, like, say, several $1 million to someone like Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, and for that $1 million, we can cause tens of billions of dollars worth of destruction to our society. And we can literally profit to the tunes of billions of dollars of profit in just a few months. And all we have to pay is just a few million. You see how this this is leverage. You know, this is how they do their leverage. Now, the situation we're facing, and is that the smart people, the people who are taking responsibility for their future, the people who have some basic dignity, the basic respect for their intelligence, and that are taking responsibility, really, these people are getting smarter. They're getting tougher. They're learning more. They're growing. Everybody's putting their nose to the grindstone, and they're becoming much more aware these days of and skeptical, really, of the ruling power structure than they were in the past. So and we intelligent people are working very hard at taking control of our lives from these criminals, right, that are working at the behest of these leveraged buyers, bankers. Okay. And they're, like I said, they're doing it for very little money, these people like Cuomo, and comparatively speaking to the amount of destruction they're able to wrought on our society, it's a bargain. Okay. The dumb ones, on the other hand, are getting dumber. The lazy-minded ones, the ones who are letting the TV do the thinking for them, the dumb ones who trust the government, who trust the corporations, who are demanding that the corporations solve the problems for us, they're getting dumber. You know, they're getting more scared. They're quivering in their boots every moment that the ruling power structures through their televisions tell them to quiver in fear, you know? And like they say, they're the ones who they just trust and believe every single thing. These dumb ones, they're begging for the vaccine. They're refusing to listen to credible information from credible doctors saying, no, these vaccines are very dangerous, you know. And these dumb ones, these most stupid people among us are willing enforcers of this mask orthodoxy that's enslaving us, you know. And it would be one thing if we could just say, good, take your fucking vaccine, man. Take mine. Take mine. You can have mine. Yeah, go ahead. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. This is an all or nothing situation. This is winner takes all. Right? So we don't have a choice. We cannot acquiesce and just let these dumb ones do their thing. We have to beat them, and ordinarily, since they're so dumb, so dense, so stupid, so feeble-minded, it would be very simple to beat them, right? These weak-minded people, right? It should be easy, right? But here's the problem, and because beat them because they're the enemy, right? They're the part, like in the Matrix, there was that scene. I don't know the exact words, but and Morpheus said to Neo something along the lines of, the people all around you are the people you see every day that are, I don't know the exact same, but the people all around you are part of the system. They're so inured to the system, so dependent on the system that until they break from the system and join the light, they are the enemy. And that's very true, right? So, and like I said, the smart ones, it's easy to beat the dumb ones, right? But here's the problem: the dumb ones are being marshaled around, herded around by the money powered, right? The bankers, right? These dumb ones have the cops on their side. In most cases, they have the entire media on their side. This Jewish media, they have the political class on this side. The bankers, the mainstream media depend on this population of dumb people for their survival. Can you imagine that? Imagine you are the richest class in our planet, and your survival depends not on smart people, but on the dumbest of the dumb. What a hell of a I would hate to be, if I was a part of the ruling power structure, I would think, whoa, that's pretty ignominious that my survival depends on the stupidity of humankind. That's a hell of a thing to rest your whole your survival on, right? But that's the paradigm we're stuck in right now. Now, the one thing, and I'm trying, we have to try to find ways to break through the dumb ones, right? So the one way to think about it is, like, because everybody's so afraid. They watch the numbers. I'm going to take this off, though, because I can't. The people are so afraid. They see these maps, these COVID maps, and of course the COVID of the explosion, right? And the COVID maps are lining up exactly with the red states. Consequently, the states that Trump is, the states that are in a state of flux that could go either way. Those are the ones that just so happen to be getting hit hard by the virus. Oh, what a coincidence! And of course, the blue states, the Democratic states, they seem to be not having as much. And it's really weird because, like, you got a guy like Cuomo, schmuck, piece of shit, Cuomo. He sits there, and the biggest decision for this fucking scumbag, Cuomo, total piece of shit, biggest decision, the biggest stress and strain on him is, look, I need to get maximum numbers of dead people to please my Jewish handlers, because that's who's running the show. And I'll tell you exactly their names. Okay, it's a guy named Schwartzman at the Blackstone Group, who Cuomo hired to manage us out of this affair. Blackstone Group is this private equity firm, Jewish money, that bought all the suburban houses in the 2008 housing crisis when they torpedoed our economy and put everybody out of work and sabotaged the economy. And then they ended up buying up all the homes. That was the first time in the history of Wall Street that hundreds of thousands of suburban homes were in the ownership of a Wall Street fucking hedge fund company. First time, by the way. And then all the people that were living in those houses said that the leases that came down, now that they had their new Jewish fucking Wall Street landlord, their leases were like 16 pages long and basically treated them like they were dirt. Treated these people like dirt. And that's what's going to come, because the Blackstone Group, Schwartzman's group, who's going to be stealing the houses in round 2 here, because that's what they do. It's pump and dump. They pump it, dump it, pump and dump. They ended up buying one of the largest self-storage operations. So here you got, they're throwing everybody out of their houses, owning all the houses, and then you put your stuff in their fucking self-storage. This is a disgrace on our basic sense of dignity. And don't hold your breath for the fucking Jewish media like CNN to tell you any of this, because they're in on it. They are the conspirators 100%, and you don't have to trust me. Look it up. Look up who CNN works for. It's the same group, right? Okay, so you tell people, you know something, that people died before coronavirus, right? You are aware that there was people who actually died. You know, there was all these tombstones that prove it, that in 2015, 2016, 2017, every fucking year before 2020, people died. And every fucking year before 2020, people got these things called flus, and they got sick. And the elderly, when the elderly get old and die. This has happened every year. But now we're told that when somebody dies or somebody gets the fucking sniffles, it's coronavirus. And so we're back to Cuomo. Cuomo says, I need to get maximum numbers of dead people to please my bankers and to put our society into lockdown so people can't go out and make $1 so that they can pay their fucking mortgage or their taxes so we can steal their houses again. That's my role as Cuomo. But I also have to make it look like I'm doing my job and protecting people. So I at both times want high numbers of deaths from coronavirus, but I also want to be able to show that I'm protecting you and that I have low numbers of coronavirus. See, so Cuomo's big juggle is, how does he please the Jewish fucking scum that runs his operation? How does he please them at the same time as killing off people, the dignity, destroying our society? How can he do that and at the same time fake everybody as thinking that he's doing his job for us? And this is the same job that every single governor and every single mayor who's taking the money from UN Agenda 21, UN Agenda 20, the UN, the World Economic Forum, the hedge funds, the private equity firms, they're run by this money power situation coming out of the City of London, Rothschild's bank. And don't waste your time looking up in Google, do Rothschilds have any money? Because Google going to tell you they don't have a penny. That's what they're going to do. Thousands of websites are going to say, oh, yeah, no, Rothschilds used to have all the money. They were the richest ones. But, oh, something happened at the turn of the century. We don't know what. There's no explanation, but we're told to say now that they're just a nice old banking family, used to have money, and they don't actually control most of the central banks, and they're not in control of the Bank of International Settlements in Bern, Switzerland, and they don't control the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. No, they don't control the Federal Reserve anymore. No. Federal Reserve is controlled by Irish Catholics or Swahili or some, just some bullshit story. No. It's the Jewish bankers that are pulling the plug on our society. That's who it is. That's who it's always been since 1790. Okay, so you tell people, so that you're a guy, you're walking down the street, and you're about 30 years old, and somebody walks up to you and starts talking, and suddenly, and you've never gotten hit in the back of the head. You never got hit in the back of your head. Never. And then all of a sudden, you get hit really hard. Boom, right in the back of your head. And so you turn around, and you say to the guy behind you, what the fuck did you just do? The guy said, I'm here to research people getting hit in the back of the head. I've been researching people getting hit in the back of the head. And there's a guy off to the side. The guy off the side says to you, he says, hey, I just saw him. He just hit you in the back of the head. And that guy has been talking about hitting you in the back of the head. In fact, last year, he did all these simulations where he was saying, what happens if the guy gets hit in the back of the head? And how do we profit from that? And how do we protect our banking structures? And how do we get the police? How do we control information about guys getting hit in the back of the head? How do we block information about guys getting hit in the back of the head? Called Event 201, in case anybody doesn't know. That's what that is. Then the guy who got hit in the back of the head says, I don't know. I don't know who hit me. And the guy off to the side says, I'm telling you who hit you. The guy behind you was the guy who hit you in the back of the head. Don't you get it? Here's video of him saying that he was talking about it for the last fucking couple of years about what happens if you get hit in the back of the head. That's what he spent his whole year. That's his whole life is dedicated to talk about what to do if you get hit in the back of the head. And now you get hit in the back of the head and you can't fucking put two and two together. That's what this COVID is. The ruling power structures backed by the Rothschild Bank, City of London, the Jewish hedge funds, because this is the money, the power of money. The money is not controlled by Irish Catholics. It's not controlled by black people. The money is not controlled by the Chinese, contrary to what they're trying to tell you. Although they have a lot more now because we're getting sabotaged and the Jewish bankers are transferring all their assets and investments over to China because they're dumping America, just so that everybody knows. No. They're telling us that it's just happened, accident. You got hit in the back of the head. We don't know. It's an invisible thing. No, it's the guy standing behind you that was been talking about this for a fucking year. Event 21, the operation. Well, there's all these names. I can't even remember them all because I'm a little bit. I just woke up to wake up to have to do this. But look, the bottom line is that it's the responsibility for the aware and awake people to speak the truth. This is a truth-telling telethon here, and that's what I'm doing now, telling you the truth. And the truth is sometimes people have never heard of it. You tell people, you say the J word, and people have never heard of that. And you say, well, have you ever heard that? Maybe, like all these institutions like BlackRock, Blackstone, these are the most giant of companies, $27 billion in assets under management. You tell that to people, they've never heard of it because the media didn't tell you any of this stuff. Why? Because who runs them? Who controls the media? You see how nice of an operation they got here. So don't wait don't hold your breath and understand that if we want to wake up our family, our loved ones, our mother, our father, our sisters, our sons and daughters, our neighbors, it's up to us to do that. And believe me, there's a lot of money that's going against us. They got Don Lemon, Rachel Maddow, and all these fucking scumbags on the Jewish media who are going to sit there and tell you, oh God, these people are crazy, who think that this COVID thing could be, there's all these people who think there's something wrong with vaccines. And these people who are talking about how masks don't do fucking shit. Dude, we only have their words, and they're not putting their words on there. We have Fauci, we have the Surgeon General, we have all the heads of all the organizations saying the masks don't fucking work, and then we have them saying the masks do work. Then they don't, so they don't play the replays of the ones where they say the masks don't work. That's why it's the responsibility of the aware and awake people, like hopefully the people that are watching this. It's your responsibility to break through this ignorance of your neighbor, of your sons, your mother and father. And here's what I hear. Every time I tell this to people, I say, this is the responsibility of the wake people, because, we don't need everybody to win to this battle. No, we don't need it. We need about 20-30% of the people to wake up, become very active, and to fucking do something about it, right? We don't need 100%. You're not, there's going to be 40 or 50% are always going to just be so stupid and gullible and believe everything they say. Always going to happen like that. But if we could get 20 or 30% of the population who are really, really intelligent, who know the facts, who have a little bit of skills at moving media around and put this stuff in people's face, put Fauci and say, look, we have Fauci saying the masks don't work, man. And time is running out, because once the military comes knocking on your door to kick your door down and force that needle into your arm, I promise you, from that point on, that is definitely the end of the human, the human dignity, freedom. The human race is imperiled from that point on when that needle goes in.
Yeah, and I'm adamant.
My headphones on because I can't hear you.
You have to come with an army, because nobody's ever injecting with me ever again. So they 100% would have to come with an army because I'm not letting anybody ever inject me.
Yeah, I know it's so scary, but they have ways, they have the guns, and we don't. We don't have enough guns, at least, and American people don't. I don't see that the American people have enough willingness, because I'm starting to come to the conclusion that we're not going to get rid of these people unless we understand that force is going to have to be a part of this thing. You're not going to be able to get rid of these people by reasoning. You're not going to get rid of the Cuomos and the Newsoms. These people are such con artists at the highest level. They're grifters, just con artist grifters. That's the war. The war we're up against is not against a foe that we've had in the past, which would have been like somebody who was fighting a religious cause or somebody who was fighting for idealistic causes. Nope. These people have been paid off, and they're just low-life grifters, low-life con men who are just selling us out really to their Jewish hedge funds, basically, and the asset managers and people better. And I'm not nobody has to. I'm not saying that this is an indictment of the Jewish people, but like everybody, we all have to take responsibility for our group. So as a male, I have to take responsibility for all the male scumbags that came before me. And the Germans during World War II had to take responsibility for what Germany did. Well, Jewish people are going to have to take responsibility for the lunatics that are acting in their name, these Jewish supremacists that are going around sabotaging our society. And again, I have Jewish friends. I love them dearly. But until we start using a litmus test, and the litmus test is, oh, you're running for Congress, you're Jewish, forget it, because we know where you're getting the money from. We know you're going to get the taxpayer dollar. Shove it over to Israel for the $38 billion for more weapons to kill dark-skinned Palestinian children. So it's not working out. It's just not working out. And again, not anti-Semitic. It's just a basic state of emergency we're in. No more Jewish people in Congress, and cut off the ones in the media. I say to people, if you're watching mainstream Jewish-controlled media, turn it off, and you have to get sources that are not, because if it is Jewish, they will tell you, they will ban you if you say, actually the vaccine is dangerous. They'll ban you. That's a Jewish thing, man. Don't ask me how it works. I don't know why these things come together, but Jewish people in the media will tell you, you wear that mask, you take that vaccine, you do as you're told. So turn it off. And that's the only way. And you have to, and the reason why this has to get out there, because people have never heard this. You say this to a person, they say, oh, that sounds really scary. Well, yeah, I'm sorry to have to scare you, but it's either that or, God, give your kids to them. Give your house to them. I tell this to people. If you have a mother or a father, or you have friends who have homes, have these things called houses, the deeds on those houses, the deeds that you've had in your family for 50, 100 years, maybe some people, maybe 20, it doesn't matter. If you have friends that have homes that they own and that have a deed on it, they don't own anything. That deed, that name on that deed's going to be taken right off their house soon, and it's going to be one of these giant Jewish hedge funds or asset management or private equity firms like Blackstone, BlackRock, like they did in 2008. Blackstone, the largest ownership of suburban homes at the 2008 housing burst. That was the first time in the history of Wall Street where a Wall Street company ended up owning hundreds of thousands of homes in suburbia. That's usually not what they do, but now they've stripped all that real estate in the city, and they're doing it again with this COVID. The city real estate's worth nothing. They're buying it all up. All the rich people moved out to the country and the suburbs. And guess what? Black Lives Matter and Antifa is going to go right there next, because Black Lives Matter and Antifa are instruments of Israeli intelligence. They're going to go to the suburbs and the rural next, scare the shit out of the rich people there. and then drive the property value down, and then the hedge funds come and buy it. This is a pump and dump until people realize that these giant Jewish hedge funds treat our society, our culture, and our families as a pump and dump operation. Pump up the price, sell high, drive it down, dump it, sweep it up cheap, pump it up, sell high, until we realize that they've been doing this for every 20 years and now every 10 years because this was 2008. So now this is now 12 years. They used to do it every 20 years. Now it's 12 years. They're going to do it every 5 years. And I'll say this, they're going to let New York recover. I know this because I'm saying, how could they have driven down the value of the property in the New York City? This is all owned by powerful Jewish real estate interests. No problem, they say. They're going to drive the price up again next year, but only for a year and a half. And then people are going to buy it. They're going to sell high. Then they're going to drive it down again. And all they have to do is introduce another virus. So the virus is now, bioterrorism now is the new paradigm of control. Forget bombs, bullets, weapons, cops. Nope. This is all about an invisible enemy. They can pull it out anytime. They control it. You can create enough virus in a home beer brewery that you can buy for under $2,000. You can create enough virus to kill off the entire planet. And so if you have people that have this mix of supremacist ideology like they do, and the sense of persecution complex that they think everybody's out to get them, and so they have a right to destroy everything, you better believe they're going to do it. That's what's coming. So until we wake up and start cutting it off, getting them out of Congress, get them out. I say if they're running on Long Island, we got Les Zelin, this Jewish guy, sending all the money to Israel for war, and war. And then he's going up. He's got an opponent. She's Jewish. She's going to send all the money to Israel for war. It's never going to fucking end, man. So that's what we're dealing with. On that note.
well, tell us how you really feel, Mr. Harry.
Well, look, honestly, I think we could win, and I'm always an optimist, but people are going to have to be fearless and actually tell the truth. And I did my job today. So
you did, and I commend you for that. You are an amazing soul. It's not easy for you to say what you just did publicly because of the persecution, because of the people that are controlling the system have made it that way that you cannot speak out against them, or you will be persecuted, you will be harmed, you will be targeted. And, it takes everybody like you speaking up against what they see is wrong, what they know in their heart is wrong. We have all been given the ability of discernment. We need to cut through all the BS, listen to people that are coming out and joining and standing with each other for us to be able to win this fight. And it is a fight on our brain now, this biological, mental warfare. They don't need the bombs and the guns because now they're coming for people's minds.
Absolutely. And I don't know how this broadcast is gonna make it. I mean, if you're on Facebook, they're gonna delete it. They're not gonna let this. What I just said, never gonna let it. They're never gonna let it up there.
We have a private group that it's in. It's in Twitch. It's on YouTube. We've got it broadcasting in a whole bunch of different places because we wanted to make sure that it didn't get taken down.
Do you have your own copy of it?
I believe with StreamYard, yes, we are. This is all being recorded, and we're going to be posting it onto private websites. That's why we were getting everybody's email addresses in case we were censored. We are still going to get all of this information out to everybody via email address.
All right. Hi, Laurie. Hi, dear.
Okay. New Yorker to New Yorker. I had to get in on this one because Harry, Thank you. I lost my best friend of 40 years because of you. Thank you.
I don't know what that means. How did you lose a friend over me?
Well, I'm a Jewish New Yorker. Okay.
Oh, well, most people think I'm a Jewish too, and I love. Listen, Jews are some of my favorite people, by the way.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm spreading hate.
No.
So I just want to thank you. I'm joking. You know, I can joke with you, right, Harry?
Listen,
I've been watching you for years.
Okay.
And I had to face my own truth. You know, you made me face. I had to look at that. I really did.
Yeah. Are you really Jewish?
Well, that's a good question.
No, I mean, are you sincere with that?
I mean,
I'm sincere in saying I'm
not religious. I mean, I grew up
right.
Long Island Jewish.
I grew up. I like I say, some of my favorite people are Jews. I know we're not allowed to say that because that's considered itself a canard. But actually, I do find Jewish people to be some of the most intelligent, interesting, funny, smart, nicest people to talk to. So again, I've never made an anti-Semitic comment in my life. So none of what I said today falls under the category of anti-Semitism. No. This is you're allowed to say that if you have 1,000 people with purple shirts attacking you, if you have 2 people with purple shirts attacking you, you're allowed to say these fucking people with purple shirts. And if 7,000 people with purple shirts were not attacking you, that doesn't mean you hate all people with purple shirts. That just means that you are identifying a subsection of purple shirts. Okay. You know, I like to, the thing I like to say is if you have if you have, say, 10 florists, you know about my little florists analogy? Yeah. If you have that one. Okay. If you have 10 florists, and 9 of the florists are controlled by happy people, and 1 of the florists is controlled by sad people. The statement that happy people control florists is true, and the statement that sad people control florists is also true. You need only control 1 florist for the statement to be true. Okay, so if the florists, I forgot my own. If the florist sends you a bad batch of flowers one day, it's okay to say that if 2 florists send you bad batch of flowers, you could say, these fucking florists are sending me bad batch of flowers. If 9 florists are sending you bad flowers, you could say, these fucking florists are sending me a bad batches of flowers. That doesn't mean you hate all florists, because that 1 batch of florists is giving you nice flowers. Okay.
No, you know, I've been listening to you for years, Harry, and you made me, I had to look at things that you said. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for me to look at it, you know? Right on. But, you know, that's what truth is all about. It's just, I love myself. I love my family. You were the first person that made me how to look at these things. So.
Well, how is Suzuki a Jewish name? I don't see that. That doesn't sound very Jewish to me.
Oh, my ex-husband's Japanese.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
And where are you living now? And where?
I moved to Texas. That's a long story, but I lived in New York for 13 years. I mean, I grew up on Long Island, so.
Whereabouts?
The 5 towns.
Oh, it's like Manhasset style. Is that like Manhasset?
South Shore, the 5 towns. It's called Woodmere.
Woodmere? Oh,
yeah.
What are some of the names of those 5 towns?
Hewlett, Cedarhurst. I hope you guys are okay with this, everyone out there.
Oh, okay, I'm familiar with it.
We're getting real personal, but
okay. Well, listen, we better if you have truth tellers, we better let them tell some truth. But
that's why I wanted you on, Harry, because it's a lot of people don't like it, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, I tend to give it to you, no holes barred, unvarnished.
I'm in New York too, so I'm used to that.
Yeah,
I love that about you, Harry, and you're not scared to actually tell truth, and that is what being a truther is about, finding the information that you found and not being scared to share it with the rest of humanity.
And we shared it too. We're putting ourselves out. with you, Harry. This is not easy.
Yeah, no,
It's not easy at all. But we're doing it. We're doing it the best we can in this censored, crazy environment that we're in. But I'm gonna go out trying. I'm gonna go out.
Well, it's do or die right now. It's these months are going to determine the future of the entire human species. So
100%. So thanks very much, Mr. Harry Vox. I am definitely someone who would like to connect more with you and listen to more of what you say, because I really respect you from hearing from you for the first time, and I really resonate with your message.
Awesome. VOX links.
Okay. Oh, say that again, Mr. Harry. How can people connect with you?
Well, VOXNEWS.com, but then you have to actually kind of search around Harry Vox also for my YouTube and my Twitter and all that stuff. I have all these BitChutes, YouTubes, and Twitters, but I'm spread all over the place, and you have to look because it's not easy. That they're blocking, banning. They're hard to find on Google, so you have to spend a little time. But if people are motivated, they'll find me.
Yeah,
Harry.
and my Miss Angeline, she was doing some research looking for you, and she couldn't find too much, and that's where the Vox stuff came in. So pardon for that. I'm glad we got that clear. Really, it was an honor to meet and chat and listen with you. So take care, my brother.
Okay, my friend.
Wow, that was amazing. So the next person who we have lined up for you is Mac Lindon. He's an Australian director, producer, writer, and actor, available for projects worldwide. His directorial debut was on Amazon. He's rapidly gaining momentum and accolade as reviews continue rising on Amazon. So yeah, he's definitely someone here for some more information coming from Australia to share with you. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties again. So it also says Mac has completed a Bachelor of Nursing in 2005, where he took his skills to HIV sufferers to remote villages in Uganda, Africa. Mac has also utilized his passion for acting, performing in many live shows, short films, which assist his understanding and empathy when directing. Matt's love for film through creative direction is real, organic, and alive. On set, there's a tangible evidence of the love he has. So that's the information that I do have on Mac. Let me see any more information here. So his bio says he's a warrior of the light. As you know, we are all light warriors here, coming together here to bring you as much light and truth as possible. Says his vision is an arm of Vision Pictures that specialize in producing world-class homepage videos, television commercials, from the concept. Yeah, so Vision. So I don't know much about Mr. Mac Lindon, but I do know he's definitely got a message here for us. He just had to log out, and he's just going to be coming back in. So we're just going to wait on that. And yeah, how is everybody today on this beautiful Friday, and I believe Saturday already in Australia? So this is Mr. Mac Lindon.
Hey Jesse, how you doing? Hey everyone, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. So would you like to do this as me staying here, or would you just like to talk for your time here on your own?
Yeah, no, Jesse, I mean, if you've got to duck off to for the bathroom, man, I know you were just in some pretty intense time with Mr. Harry Vox. So if you've got to duck off for a debrief, man, or a toilet break, you just go and come back. So, but I'm happy either way.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to step out if you're fine with that. So I did give a little bit of an introduction while we were having technical difficulty, but I didn't have a lot of information on you. So please tell us about yourself, and I'll see you within a couple minutes before your time expires.
Okay, awesome, Jesse. Thank you. And thank you to everyone, particularly the passionate Mr. Harry Vox. Mate, I love it. And that's the whole thing about this Truth Telethon, that, you know, this is about passionate people with a zeal and a fire of a sentient being. And that's exactly how we're all born here on the Creator's beautiful globe. So hello to all you truth seekers and freedom fighters and all those people that are happy to agree to disagree. And that's a sign of maturity and hope for the future of human beings and the world right there. So my name is Mac Lindon. I was born into a large family, one of 9 children here in Australia. And, you know, there's an amazing understanding that there was as I was growing up through the 70s, 80s and 90s, I saw a lot of families breaking down. I was brought up on fairly strong ethics and morals, and it happened to my own family, you know, and my mum and dad certainly did the best they could to keep it, you know, as close as we could. And that's where we believe that is an expression of the Creator's love in that family unit. Unfortunately, in today's world, that's not so. So I wanted to get to the root of what was going on. So I did a Bachelor of Nursing, and I took that degree to HIV sufferers in Uganda, Africa, and then I came back, and soon as I came back, I was wrongfully accused of a one-night stand. I went out with the boys, had a few drinks, as a lot of us do, right around this globe, and unfortunately, I was locked in a max security prison, lost my nursing degree, and this is when my journey on truth well and truly had begun. I had some little things when I was little and younger, sort of knowing that there was a bigger picture out there, but I wanted to take on the film and TV world, and that's my front line. My front line is, I guess, Hollywood, you could say, for want of a better word. So I wanted to learn about where a lot of these movies were coming from, you know, how they were funded, why were they going straight through to the keeper. Yet a lot of, I guess, heart stories and human stories were struggling and had almost insurmountable obstacles. So I came out of jail and I wrote my story into a script. I'd never been to film school, and a lot of people had said, you know, you're never going to do it because you haven't been to university. Even though I had a degree in nursing, this was a completely different front line. That's what I love about the Creator. He always qualifies the unqualified. And so I went set out on the journey, learned, you know, motion picture was a weapon of psychological warfare. I had learned that it's an unclassified document now from the CIA that they were using a lot of Hollywood films to infiltrate basically I guess the American dream, for want of a better word, the family unit. And they've certainly done an amazing job of that. Unfortunately, credit where credit's due. And this is largely to break down, it's, I guess, what opposes Marxism and communism and like the Chinese Communist Party here that's trying to invade Melbourne. So I wanted to counteract that with my first movie, and I've certainly got behind enemy with that. This is my first movie here. This is called Rise, and the tagline is, it's not how many times you fall. And that's what I'm here to encourage people right around the globe. No matter what adversity thrown at you, you can turn that around for your good. So long as there's a walk of faith included in that, and you don't just go along like The Walking Dead, unfortunately, as so many of us we can see. You know, hence the whole wake up and the massive awakening that's going around the globe. So that's my front line. Now they were funding a lot of film. When you go back to the 70s, 80s, 90s, what they were doing is they were presenting dysfunctional family units. They were presenting divorce as a matter of fact. They were presenting years like abortions and all these sorts of things. They were presenting them as the normal, and monkey see, monkey do. So instead of it was the reverse. It was an absolute lie. So what was happening was families around the globe were mimicking what they were watching. You know, I did a bit of study on Einstein and the brain, and on our right-sided is like the imagination, where we connect with the divine, and that's really important. So what happens is when we see images and the pixels that we see on that television screen, it goes back into the back of our brain, and here's some of my nursing stuff coming to play, and you will perceive it as truth, unless, as you were saying before, Jesse, about discernment. And you know, that is a fundamental human component of free thinking, critical thinking, is discernment, and that's really, really important in any front line, whether it's medical or education, business. But in my front line, film and media and TV, it's even more important to fight fire, I guess. So it's important that we see more people writing scripts of the heart, more people writing scripts where you can present the facts. I don't even need to push an agenda. I haven't really pushed an agenda. In Rise, all I've simply done in this movie is stated what happened to me. It was a fight against the crown. It was a fight against the Queen. And I wrote Admiralty law and the pirate that this corporation did to the first Australians when they came across the shores over 200 years ago. I mean, it was just criminal, completely illegal. I've got some beautiful friends now who are the first Australians and some of the elders, and the stories that they relay as to what happened. It's interesting timing. We've got an important election today here in Queensland. It's called Queensland. It's not her land at all. Unfortunately, that is the state's name that I live here. But we've got an important election to remove a government that are going under the guise of being for the working class. And you know, when you're awake and you know that it's all BS, most of the major parties are all by the same puppet, and the elite and the cabal. I'm not even going to go there today because I want to keep my little half hour here fairly specific on film and media and my experience with that. I couldn't get distribution initially with this first movie because there were spiritual components, there was components of free thinking, I guess, for want of a better word, and that certainly is not I guess those sorts of genres don't provide fun. If you've got a horror, that'll go straight through to the keeper, and they'll turn it around and pump it out and destroy a few more young kids' nights with their dreams. See, what people don't understand is that there's a lot of horror, and you know, we all just think Halloween's all good and fun. No, it's called witchcraft, and horror is ridiculous. I was out with my old son the other day. We watch a movie. I went up. I had the sheet with me, but about 12 of the 16 movies that were showing were all horror and disfiguring the image of the human being. When I say that, you know, the man and woman, and it's just it's got to a point where even in when I was doing my first movie, there were components of this sort of this genre, but now it's mainstream and normal heart movies are pushed to the end. Our government does not support my stories or genres of heart and spirit or the divine or normal stuff in any way, shape or form. So I have to raise that money with unorthodox men. I've got a GoFundMe campaign out there at the moment, but I'm not here to promote that. But that is for my second movie. And my second movie is called Dynames, which is the Greek word for dynamite. And if you type in Dynames pitch trailer, you will see I've made a little pitch trailer of what that movie is about and where we're going. And I released this in 2017. And in 2017, COVID and before, you know, the possibility of a vaccination in a chip and all those other ideas that are out there now. And when you watch the Dynames pitch trailer, Dunamis, when you watch that pitch trailer, you will see that it's quite prophetic in nature. And I've been working on that for about 5 years. And I guess I was getting a download from the divine about exactly the world to come and how to, I guess, cope over the next sort of 9 years, you know, the Agenda 21, the whole 10 years. And how do we cope when, for many people, it will get worse? If you're not spiritually enlightened and you're not walking in a path of love and self-search and giving, it will get harder and harder. That place will get you to such a place where you will be able to wake up. But for those of us who are in the light, we're just going to shine brighter. This is not a time to run and hide, but it's certainly a time to rise and shine. And that's really important to walk courage, to understand that. For me, I've experienced it in my maximum security jail cell. I experienced angelic action over me. After 19 months, I fought the Queen. I fought the perilous Victorian government, the corrupt, privatised police and prisons down there in Victoria, and my conviction was overturned after 19 months, even though I was given 6 years. And I turned that into a movie, Rise. Now, that movie's on Amazon Prime. I encourage anyone to watch it, not only because it'll put food on the table for my family, but it'll certainly give people a lot of hope. And even filmmakers, a lot of other filmmakers, not just the audience, but a lot of other filmmakers, it will give you guys hope that you can write a script. You can overcome what appears to be insurmountable obstacles. I mean, I wrapped up the poster for that movie and I hopped on a plane and I went to Santa Monica, the American film market, and I had that film sold in 40 minutes on the first day. And that was because I hustled and I bustled. I got on my knees. You know, U2, Bono says, if you want to touch the sky, you got to learn how to kneel. And that's certainly what I did that morning. You know, and I had that sold 40 minutes to a studio there, Vision Films in California, and now it's in Australia. It was released in Australia, New Zealand. It's in England, North America, South Korea, turned into Spanish. I think it's 4 Spanish-speaking countries, and it's certainly kicking goals there on Amazon Prime. Just type in Rise movie, RISE movie, Amazon Prime, and hopefully that'll lift you up. And so I'm really grateful when Laurie approached me, my New Yorker friend, to be part of this telethon. And you know, there are so many of us with different front lines, and you know, and it's just awesome to see that there are not a remnant, because it's the majority. I believe it's the majority. I believe the remnant is the ones controlling our forms of communication, our forms of getting together. I mean, even at the start of mine, my you know, stream here, you see the interruption, because I firmly believe that they're terrified, because there is a wave of people rising up, completely unafraid, completely to get rid of that fear of death. I have been to Hollywood a few times. I had my life threatened in Sunset Boulevard there. I ended up at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. I've been to the Middle East. I've been to Uganda, Africa. I've been to England, and on various occasions I've had my life threatened. But you know, these people, the elite and all these people controlling the governments, they are fearful of death. That's their greatest fear. Hence, you know, their adrenochrome and the fountain of youth and life and all that sort of stuff. I won't there. I'm sure someone else will cover all that stuff in depth. But the counterfeit, the opposite of that, is not to have a fear of death. And there's a beautiful ancient scripture that says, you know, that's how we overcome. We overcome, you know, by the blood of the Lamb, the blood of Yeshua, and the word of our testimony. My testimony was in my first movie. My testimony is going to be in my second movie. And then it says in the scripture, and they had no fear of death, you know. And so when you get to that place, you're a real serious threat to the establishment and to the powers that be, that really have nothing on you anyway. Just particularly when you've got divine protection. You know, you know, there's another scripture that comes to mind, old proverb from King Solomon. You know, the enemy flees. He comes at one direction, he'll flee in seven. So long as we submit to the Creator, they have to. There are laws in place, and I've used all this information and all this experience. I don't like opinions too much, because they're like, everyone has one. But experience is paramount. No one can challenge that experience. And I used these sword moves, if you like. That was like a book that I wrote when I was in jail called The Warrior Within. And I talk about these ancient sword moves. And I've used them to make my last film and to make my next film. People are not going to survive this next without the enlightenment of these truths, of these sword moves, and the ancient scriptures, and obviously the code of love. And we know that love never fails. And I'll be infiltrating that also in my next movie, and I'm getting that in certain distribution circles. I mean, the model's changing, the distribution and marketing and cinemas and theatrical. I mean, they're so tied up. The corruption in Hollywood is off tap. I mean, when you see these Marvel movies, you know, these superstars in spandex, it's an absolute joke. They've got a recipe. It's like McDonald's. It's like a Big Mac meal. They just rejig the characters, rejig the actors. It's the same recipe. And these cinemas, like the Marvel Studios, have sold to these cinemas. They've sold out years and ahead. You can't even get an independent film in here because the cinemas have been sold out. So the exhibitors have already spent the money that the big studios have provided. So they've got it kind of all wrapped up, hook, line, and sinker. So we have to have new models of distribution. You know, I mean, I'm you know, just giving DVDs where I my last film. You know, you can also you know, obviously watch it on Amazon Prime, but certainly the majors like Netflix tell that near this sort of content, and it's unfortunate because they keep feeding the same shit to the masses, you know, and it is time. It's time that we wake up. It's time that we discern what we're watching. It's time that we protect our children, that we sit down and read a book with them. You know, things like that. The ancient art of reading a book and keeping them away from the iPads and the iPhones as best as possible. Of course, there's balance. We need to educate them on that, what goes through our mind. We need to educate them on discernment. We need to educate them that there are higher powers that have presented, you know, the decaying of the family unit through media and through films. And I'm seeing more and more people analyzing scripts now. We're not just watching it, you know, like dumb, you know, zombies. We're actually analyzing the script between characters. What are they trying to tell us? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to promote? What are they trying to... That's exactly what's going on. And we've all for decades just watched entertainment and putting these megastars up on in godlike pedestals, which is nothing short of idolatry. I mean, it's an absolute joke, and this is something I'm very, very passionate about. But why should people like Chris Hemsworth, like, you know, bless him and his marriage and his kids and his family. I'm talking about the representation that he has in some of these massive movies here. He lives just down the road from me, and they are getting millions of dollars for storytelling. That's all they are. Actors are just storytellers. I'll say it again, for every high promoting Hollywood actor out there, you're just storytellers, and you should be knocking back these ridiculous amounts of money, unless, of course, you're putting into things like the Truth Telethon or other areas of truth and other areas where people can overthrow the piracy and admiralty law that is out there. I mean, this is a joke. My brother is an obstetrician here in Queensland, and I mean, he's got 7 beautiful children, amazing family, and he's just making ends meet. Yet he's an obstetrician who's bringing lives into this world, and hopefully bringing lives that will change this nation and this state to be a better place. You've got paramedics and police. You've got firefighters. You've got teachers. You've got all the grassroots of society getting just by, you know, and this is why I tell people, like, don't borrow money you can't afford to pay back, because you're probably only impressing people that you don't like to buy crap that you don't need. So it's about being wise and discernment in what you spend too. But, you know, my big axe to grind is the fact that these actors in my industry and my front line are getting ridiculous amounts of money for just simply telling a story. So if you follow the paper trail, you know why they're getting ridiculous amounts of money, because if CIA and Hollywood, they can put people up like God likes, their life is, we'll mimic it. Monkey see, monkey do, and then we will then start reflecting the dysfunction that most of these people unfortunately go through because of the pressure, and most probably because of the psychological battle that goes on in their mind. So I really just I'm really passionate about telling people to don't put the people up on pedestals. They're just another person that craps just like you on the toilet, that has to wake up and have a cup of coffee or whatever they do in the morning. You know, they're just people. And the more that we just treat them as people, no better than and no less than, then they will start getting the hint and start refusing these ridiculous amounts of money and probably putting them into different services, you know, or frontline responders or the military or people actually something, you know, for each and every nation. It's just an absolute joke that Hollywood is on a model that is just this godlike model, and then hence everything can go wrong. You know, where there's envy and strife, there's all wickedness in a high place. I've seen some crazy stuff, and I'm just going to pull that in because, you know, I'm sure someone else will cover what goes on in Hollywood, you know, but I've got some beautiful children here that I protect and try and be next to and be with. But, you know, I've got to fight to stay together with my wife. I mean, just to fight. Most people fight, we stay, and it shouldn't be like that. It was like that. So the more film out there and present a family model with all the struggles and the dysfunction and how you overcome that, I think that's critical for this next decade that we're moving into, and it's critical to get big stories out there, and it's critical to be ready for a supernatural wealth transfer. There's going to be lots of shifting and lots of changing with this great awakening. There's going to be lots of people who are prepared to tell the truth, and there'll be rich people who are prepared to give that money where it belongs, and that's where the money should be going to, and that's the only way we're going to spread the message of hope, of light, and of love as well. So, you know, that's my two, Bob. I know I've got about another 10 minutes, so I'll divert a little bit, possibly to the medical system here in Queensland. Today, the election that's happening, government who are in have basically legalized full-term abortion, and it's very important for people to understand that this is not a moral dilemma anymore. This is about survival of mankind. So that's something worth looking at as well. I just saw you pop back in there, Jesse. I'm glad you were able to get a break, mate. After if there's anything you want to ask me about or say, then I'm on standby too. And I hope that no one's got anything wrong with the reception here that's happening as well. Oh, mate.
Yes, that was amazing. Thank you for sharing that about, and it really is, everybody's got that inspiration inside of us, and like you said, we have the discernment to know the difference between right and wrong, and now is the time more than ever to really, you know, take that power of your discernment and don't let them tell you what you feel. You need to feel these things, and you need to know what the difference between right and wrong is.
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. And I think, you know, it's really important. I think the movie industry is an important front line. This is how they have controlled the masses through movies. It's important that we use discernment with what we watch. You know, a lot of people just think they're on the lounge, just flick, 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 but we're constantly getting messages, constantly to dumb us down, and constantly to follow the agenda that's in. And that's my front line, to not only promote and advance my first movie, Rise, but this next movie is so important to us. You know, that's a Greek word for dynamite, and it's about giving power back to the people. And I shared earlier in my stream for people to get on and watch that pitch trailer, because if you don't have time to watch the whole movie when it comes out, but if you watch that the 3-4 minutes, you will see you know, how we can counteract fire for fire. It's amazing, mate. I mean, Hollywood have governments, they've controlled judges, courts, lawyers, doctors, nurses, teachers. They've controlled kids through, you know, every way, shape, and form. It's very underestimated. It's the slimy serpent in society. You know, a television screen in the house, all born with this family member. It's like a family member in the house to be there. It was just told that that's what we had to have to be informed, and that's exactly how this unwelcome family member in the corner of the room, this black box, has completely destroyed the family unit. And it's the very culprit, and it sits there. It doesn't like you back. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't do anything. But it's the very that us since we're this high and we've grown up, and people should start realizing that it's that black box in the corner of your home that has caused probably 90% of your problems, whether it's drug and alcohol addiction, divorce, pedophilia. I mean, you name it. You name it, this black box in the corner that we've, you know, that we've been cultivated by. We've been cultivated this information coming through that black box and completely controlled by it. So it's very important to use discernment in that area, and that's my front line. And I'm glad and I'm so grateful, Jesse, I had this spot to have blast off.
Well, we're definitely very honored and grateful to have you here, and to just go a little bit further about that little black box. Not only is, you know, the programming and, you know, the things that, you know, are coming into your lives, but, You know, there's different things that I heard about the subliminal messaging that they're putting in through the TVs, the different frequencies, the harming frequencies that are coming in through the radio, through the TVs. So, you know, there's a lot of things that they've been doing to keep us at that lower, dumbed down vibrational, you know, state. So, you know, really important what you put in, especially this day and age, what you put into your mind, what you put into your vision, what you put into your heart is really, really important, that it's the stuff that you want you and your family to really resonate with, because we are coming into a new time, and we really need to make sure what's in our head and what's in our heart is really in sync.
You're getting some interruption. You might need some
Yeah.
prayer warriors to get those. But if people want to, if they want to follow my journey, I mean, all the best to all the other truthers on this telethon, all the best to all the listeners. I pray that everyone can get an opportunity and a chance to hear everyone out and agree to disagree where necessary. But if anyone wants to follow my journey, you know, what I'm on about and where I'm heading, and obviously the next movie, on Sunday nights, Australian Eastern Standard Time at 7 p.m, I do a little half-hour show called Blast Off. So you know, everyone's welcome to join me there, and yes, to every other truther for this telethon. And thank you, Laurie. Thank you so much to Ellen and everyone else who put this together. And I pray that the airwaves continue to stay open in the mighty name of Yeshua for the rest of the program.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mac Lindon. We really appreciate you and all you do. Yes, another amazing speaker with the wealth of knowledge. He's an actual, movie producer, actually doing big things, and that's amazing. So our next guest here we have is Patricia Negron. Is a geopolitical analyst, truther, and advocate for journalists and whistleblowers. Over the past 5 years, she's dedicated herself to working with like-minded souls to uncover the ugly reality in which mankind is recently confronted. How are you, Miss Patricia?
I'm good, thanks. What a great lineup you have. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you guys that you've got so many great speakers that it's really a blockbuster event.
The beauty about the community is that everybody comes together and wants to share the information. So it really wasn't, too difficult. Well, it was a lot of work, but, Miss Lori Suzuki and Mr. Allen and I have done, quite a bit to put this on, but it's because of people like yourself, who are willing to come up and, speak your truth, that this is all possible.
Well, thank you for having me on. Following Mac Lindon is actually quite lucky for me, because he touched on something that I think is a really key underlying issue that we're all facing right now. And it's probably in many ways the most challenging aspect of this, spiritual war, or whatever you might want to call it, because he talked about how we're mimicking what we see around us, right? And on TV, Hollywood, and with all of these celebrities and stuff. And something that has, I've come to realize in just the last few weeks in working with this group is that just as the reality that we're now living has been shaped for us by all of these nefarious elements, we can create a whole new reality ourselves for people to mimic. And so, this is a topic on which I've been spending a lot of time, like trying to understand the spiritual side of this, because just to go back a little bit and talk about the network that I participate in. So for those who don't know about it, we started this core group of like-minded souls, and I started about 5 years ago during the 2016 presidential primaries, which were in 2015, right? So we were all doing our research, trying to figure out, you know, we wanted Bernie Sanders, and that was sort of the basis upon which we started working together. And through that process, we started discovering how tightly controlled information really is by all of these cult members. And so it started with witnessing the destruction of ballots, people being thrown off voter rolls, you know, and then Bernie Sanders jumping in line behind Hillary Clinton when you know, he was given his instructions, and the rest of us were just like, what the hell is going on? You know, it was quite the jolt. And so I think for many of us, we redoubled our efforts because it was just too much to take, that seeing that whole process unfold. And so what has happened since is that, for example, Katie Johnstone was one of the first journalists that I knew about who had gotten fired for not towing the party line with the Democrats. And she's from Australia, but you know, she was talking about Bernie Sanders way too much for their comfort. And so she got fired, and she was one of the first people I started working with to help get going on an alternative platform. And so this is how I came to be an advocate for journalists and whistleblowers, was what I witnessed happen to Katie Johnstone, for example, and then the rewards of helping someone like her get back on her feet on a different platform. She went to Patreon and medium.com. And so that I started doing more and more of that. And as I connected with people who wanted to help these other guys, the network just continued to expand. And ironically, I got permanently banned from Twitter 3 years ago, I think. And that they banned my IP address, they banned my phone number, and they banned my email address. Like, there was no way I was going to get back on. And so, and then Facebook started censoring me. Like, I'd be on for a week and I'd get another 30 days. So I was forced to go onto VK.com because they have live streaming capability, though it's a Russian platform, but they have no censorship that I can detect anyway. So ironically, what these dummies did in censoring me on the US platforms is push me to this VK where it's so much more international, and the people there are very enthusiastic about sharing information and getting at the truth and talking politics and about everything that's going on. So it just exploded. And we, you know, while the number of followers and friends I have is relatively small compared to like a Twitter or maybe a Facebook following, the people in that network are so dedicated that, for example, when I do a live stream on VK, I can get as many as 11,000 people on the live stream while it's going. And this is on a Russian platform, and I have 1,500 friends and another 1,500 followers. But that's how serious these people are. They're out sharing it everywhere so that it draws more people in. And we've reached the point where my background is as a Wall Street analyst. I spent 30 years in Wall Street finance as an analyst. And so that's my approach to this. It's really about trying to get to the data, trying to get to the primary sources and to validate stuff. Well, you know, when you have a giant global network of people who really give a shit, there's always someone, or at least a half a dozen people who are really into like sifting through CIA files online or sifting through the CDC website, and they will come up with the most incredible gems. And it's been those sources that since this coronavirus scamdemic began, we've been able to get out to all these guys like Rainer Fuellmich, who's the German attorney who's suing the German government, and in California he's planning to sue Governor Newsom there, and Rocco Galati, who is suing the Trudeau administration. These are heavyweight. Rainer Fuellmich sued Deutsche Bank successfully and Volkswagen successfully. And then Rocco Galati is equally, credible in Canada. But we've been, because we have such great information, we pull people like that into the network, and then we can tell their stories so that, how many times has somebody like Harry Vox or Gary Webb or, all these very credible sources been silenced just because there was no platform to support them. But now we have this massive, global, dedicated, decentralized platform that these people get, right to the top of people's awareness very, very quickly. So not only are we like super heavy hitters when it comes to vetting information, like 12, 24 hours, we can know with certainty whether or not a piece of content is legit or not, because there are always hundreds of other people who have the training to say yes or no to that. And then when 95% of them say it's bullshit, it's probably bullshit, right? So it's just an incredibly powerful, beautiful network, and I love it. And so many people, I take so much solace in going there and just saying, oh my God, this is a nightmare. What do we do? Where do we go? How do we proceed? And in the process of growing as this network, now we've suddenly come to the point where it's like, okay, it's really important to know the truth. Like, getting at the truth is absolutely essential as part of this journey. And that's different than reality. The truth is constant. Reality, it varies in time and space and by person. So part of, once you have that foundation of truth and are willing to do the work necessary to refine it and safeguard it, it is only from that place of truth where all of this spiritual growth can occur. And that's what Mac alluded to and what Harry Vox talked about too. I mean, this is what we're facing right now. And for so many of us, like myself especially, I know I'm a literalist. It's just like, how do you think about things spiritually? I'm like, how do you do that? Like, could somebody give me the steps? Like, how this looks and all of that. I have no sense of that. And so it's been a very interesting dilemma. But of course, because of the power of this network, whenever it's kind of like we're stuck and it's just like, well, how does that look? How does it work? It just drops out of nowhere. And boom, there's the gem of information that we needed. And this tells me that the network is much more than an information sharing and intelligence network. It really has evolved into something more spiritual. And I know, this sounds silly to some people, but you can sense it. Like, there's a point at which you're like, you just feel it. And as you send an intention out to the universe, and then it just appears right there. And this is the point at which you know that you're actually making progress spiritually, when you can sense it, even if you don't understand it, but you notice things are different. The light's a little brighter, the sun, the glare is a little sharper, and this is the point at which now when I went back, I'm like, okay, so if we're now moving in ascension, like, is there just a few people, or, how is this all working? Like, how is this supposed to all play out? And this one particular author, Elizabeth Peru, someone shared some of her information with me, and this is where I think we should really take hope, because as she goes through her understanding of spiritual growth and spirituality, it confirms all of these things that people have been expressing in the network. For example, a lot of people have said they feel fatigued, they're foggy, they're frustrated as hell because, they feel like they're speaking to a brick wall. No amount of hard data seems to convince certain people of the fraud that we're facing. And that time seems to have speeded up a little bit. And I've been feeling that too. It's like it's one weekend's over and the next thing I know, here's the following weekend. And from what she describes, beginning in June 2019, a dimensional split actually began. And that's part of what we've all been experiencing. The best part of what she said was that the reason that split began was because enough of us had achieved a high enough vibration to en masse lift us as a whole, which is the goal. You want your personal spiritual growth contributes to the whole, but another very important part of that is not only your own spiritual growth, but assisting others with theirs. And that's a really difficult thing to do because going back to the whole reality versus truth notion, if you think of PTSD, for anyone who's ever experienced it will know what I'm talking about, when those moments when something happens and then immediately your body, your human self takes over and the emotions drive everything that happens to you going forward. This is our human experience that's meant to inform our spiritual growth. And if we, at those moments when we're experiencing those PTSD flashbacks, you're in an alternate reality from everyone else around you, experiencing that same moment in time with you. They're having an entirely different experience. And so those are the separate realities occurring simultaneously, right? But then it also happens across time. And this was something that really perplexed me until just the other day when I realized during those PTSD moments, that is the past occurring in the present simultaneously, because you're reliving. As far as your brain is concerned, that whole event is occurring in real time right now where you are, even though it's a memory. It's from the past. And so it really does, this is the quantum physics thing that we're never taught about, and is the real key, the mystery here for us to unravel in our own spiritual growth. So being able to recognize what's happening with you is absolutely essential, and what's triggering you, like what memories or associations, and when you get overwhelmed by emotion, stepping back and reflecting on why that happened once you're out of the moment. That's your own spiritual growth. And then when you stop and ask yourself, when you have something happen with someone else and you're like, what the fuck just happened? I don't understand why they're so upset with me. And being able to contemplate that person's life story and how that might have affected their interpretation of the mutual event that you shared, that there's the truth in there, but then each of you has a different experience of that truth. And it's a very complicated, difficult concept to not necessarily understand, but to play out. Like, okay, well, now how do I do this? And again, being the literalist, it's like I need somebody to like show me like how. And one of the things that I thought of, again, this is the part about creating your own reality. And this to me was always like, I was always think to myself when someone said that, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't understand. So Mac was talking about how our reality has been generated from all of these outside influences, Hollywood, etc. There's a woman in my neighborhood who sits in the same spot every day. She sells candy bars and other things to try and get money to feed her 3 very small children. And I, wanting to be, wanting the spiritual growth and wanting the benefit of existing as a spiritual person, I want to reach out to her in some way. But the only ways that I have been trained to do that, programmed in my life to do that, is to hand her money and think, okay, I'm helping her. I'm only helping her physical self, her human self. And the point of all of this is nurturing each other spiritually. Okay? So it's like, how do I do that? I'm missing the point. And it occurred to me, she has a name, she has a life story, her children have names, and I don't know any of that. Yet I see her every day. She's sitting there, we say hello, and she's a part of my life. Like, why don't I know her name? And I'm irritated with myself for this. So I realized, the lesson for me with her anyway is that I need to sit down and share a meal with her. I need to stop handing her money. That's the physical stuff. I want to keep giving her money because she does need to eat. She is human. But the whole point of the matter is for us to engage spiritually and for me to see her spiritually, not as this physical person in need. Right? She's this much greater spiritual being, and she has 3 children, and so there's so much more to her than I've been willing to see. And so this is my task for myself. Today, actually, after I get off here, I've made a little meal for us, and I'm going to go down there and sit down and share it with her and get to know her. It's just like, it is not that hard. But for me, it's just like, you hand money, and that's the answer, right? In the physical world. But that's where we've gone wrong. And Rudolf Steiner from 100 years ago was writing about this. And when you think about it, we are reliving the past over and over and over again because we are not doing the spiritual work that has to be done. And it's just different players, different years, but same script generally.
The programming gets passed on from generation to generation. And,
Yes.
It's up to people to break those programming. And it doesn't matter how intellectual you are. It doesn't matter how much of a truther you are. It doesn't matter how in tuned you are. We've all still been programmed. We're in a programmed system. So we have to learn to unprogram ourselves in order to be free and be able to share these meals instead of just giving money to somebody.
That's right. That's right. And so this is I think this is the point at which I was really despondent for the last 6 months. I'm like, oh my God, we're all going to die. How do we stop this? That's been my focus. And I think for many other people, we don't want children starving and being paralyzed by vaccines and, that's not okay. Ideally you want to prevent that from happening in the first place. But what I've come to realize is that we were fighting this battle in on entirely physical terms, which we need, which again is essential. I mean, our human experience is meant to inform our spiritual growth. So we have to be willing to engage on that human level and reflect on that. So, and having the truth, getting at the truth, if you're living based on lies and a reality that is disconnected from the truth, you can't experience personal growth. So you absolutely need that foundation. And thankfully, that's what we've got now with this network. And we wouldn't have been able to get to this stage where we do the spiritual growth if we didn't already have it. But it's just been in the last few weeks. And I think it's been sort of an epiphany for so many others that it's like, okay, we're on to the next phase now. And this is where, this is where it gets good. And it just is, these one-on-one personal connections, no matter how few they are. I think we always imagine like more is better, right? The more followers you have, the more people, subscribers, whatever is better, right? But that's not true. It's what you do with the resources that you have. And so having 2 or 3 really meaningful, deep spiritual relationships, even if they're temporary, are worthwhile. They're worth more than all the followers you could get on social media, because you grow, they grow, the combination of your energy expands out into the larger whole and raises the vibration of the whole. And it's like a feedback loop. So as your vibration is raised, the whole is raised. As the whole is raised, it raises your vibration again. And so we can accelerate this process. Again, time is relative. And we've already accelerated it somewhat. People can feel it, that time is moving faster. And we have total control over this. That's the really great news. And while maybe she's wrong, this Elizabeth Peru, says she believes that we've already reached critical mass, and that's what we're experiencing right now. We're all ascending right now together. There are people who won't. They'll stay in the 3rd dimension, but that's their soul contract, and we have to respect that. But then it does not minimize the work that the rest of us do to help everybody else.
100%. And everybody's got their own interpretation on what's going on, because that's their reality and that's their world that they live in. So everybody's free to feel and believe what they want. It's the collective that's all going through this together. So we are all awakening and going through this together. Just everybody has their own interpretation of what is actually going on.
Right. And again, that's where the personal work comes in, to reflect on your own experience. And why were you insulted when someone said something? Was it really about you, or was it something, that had to do with them? And just distancing yourself emotionally in a way that allows you to learn from that experience. And it's very, very difficult to do. We've all been so programmed. You think about how the mainstream media gaslights the public all the time, right? They'll throw something out that Trump says, and then immediately the Democrats are like, "Oh my God, he's evil." Or it's vice versa, right? This is intentional, because it causes us to be overwhelmed by emotion and destroys our ability to step back and reflect on what's happening. We just get sucked in and dragged through the mud spiritually, because we've been programmed in such a way that just one, trigger word. And I've experienced it. I remember being on Facebook, and these algorithms, I don't remember if somebody was, either Harry or Mac was talking about it, but these algorithms are meant to incite anger, fear, frustration, and these are just the browsers on Facebook and Twitter and stuff. Forget the content, but they're meant to make you feel awful and bring your vibration down. And so that way, when they, fire something at you, you're susceptible to an emotional, very reptilian reaction. And so one of the things, again, is turning off that TV. That is the number one brainwashing tool of the cult since it was created. I mean, that's what it was created for. It was to manipulate the public and program. That's why it's called television programming, right?
Tell a lie through people's vision.
Yes, quite literally. And so even just shutting something like that off, or staying off of Facebook or Twitter or even YouTube, I mean, their goal is to trigger you emotionally so that you can be manipulated. And if you can just by shutting those off, you stop the assault so that your body can quiet down. And then when you later are confronted with the same information, but through a different resource, you can process it like a normal person, as opposed to someone who's like, reduced to this emotional state where you literally cannot process anything. I mean, fear, we know, is their greatest tool. And it is scientifically understood that when you're in a state of fear, your brain literally does not process new information. It just moves to the subconscious. And that's when they bombard you with repetition, stay home, stay safe. What is it? Alone together, kind of bizarro, oxymorons that we're just like, oh yeah, alone together, mask up kind of thing. And you don't even realize you've been, like those messages have taken root in your own mind. So we can do this too, though, with our own resources. When you're out there sitting down, having a little picnic lunch with the person in your neighborhood that you've never stopped to sit down and talk to, other people will see that. And it will move to their subconscious. They'll start to get programmed to respond that way to others themselves. If they see it over and over by lots of different people, we can create that reality ourselves. And that's what we're tasked to do right now.
100%. And it's just like, it doesn't matter. Like, I like to dance and I'm not scared of people and I'm not scared of myself. So I'll go into any place, and wherever I start, there's music, nobody's dancing, I start dancing. And then all of a sudden, within 15, 20 minutes, you got all these people dancing around me. And it even happened when I was in China. I was in a karaoke bar, and then at that time I was still drinking alcohol, and I started dancing when I was the only person with light skin in there. And then I was dancing, and then when I left, I turned around and the entire place was dancing, and the whole entire mood of the place was everybody's sitting very proper, and it was a completely different atmosphere.
We can do that.
That's the exact same premise. So thank you so much for sharing, Miss Patricia. Can you please tell us on how people can connect with you, how people can link with you? And when she's talking about that VK, and that's not Russian collusion.
No, it's vk.com, and I'm Trisha Dishes on there. And I'm also on Facebook, but I'm suspended again as Patricia Negron. And I do live streams Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 1 o'clock New York time. They usually run about an hour. And in the comments of those live streams, I'll put a whole bunch of links that I think the people who are watching would be interested in, and then others also do that. So if people look through old live streams, they'll find large libraries of really great information too. But I welcome anyone who wants to join to please share any content that they think will be interested in sharing as well. And we're always willing to help out anybody who's trying to get up and running. We helped Brian Rose, David Icke, all those guys. So I hope you'll join us.
I definitely am. I've been in the last 8 months, I've been really focusing not on getting truth out there, but really increasing people's vibration, keeping myself in a high balance place, teaching people about meditations, quieting the mind, finding the inner power within. So I've been on a really, really positive message, and my account's been getting deleted. I've had to go through 3 different accounts, and it's just, there's a lot coming at me. And, part of it might have been this telethon, but a lot has to do with the message. They don't want the message of people unity and understanding themselves and understanding the true power. That goes against the entire, agenda. So
yeah.
Thank you so much, Miss Patricia. And I definitely look forward to connecting with you more.
Me too. Thanks again. Good luck, you guys. Wonderful lineup.
Awesome. Did a wonderful job. Thank you. Yes, that was awesome. And now here we have Mr. Fanos Panayides. Welcome, my brother. How are you doing today?
Hey, how you going, Jess? Sorry, mate. I had my speakers on muted for a sec because I was letting people know about the unfortunate event that had happened with the public group and how the Facebook censors were getting ready to take it down.
Yeah, we've been battling this censorship, and so the best way we found was to put it into the private group, because if people are joining a private group, then they're likely to not, any content, they're interested in that content. So that's kind of the, the best methodology, because we have been getting lots of censorship. I have been getting my account deleted. I'm on my 3rd account in about 2 weeks, and it's my name. It's my ID, it's everything. It's the exact same, account. I haven't changed anything, but it's just for some reason, either, it's the censorship, or there's, there's some people that have, wanting to not have this succeed. So thank you very much for bringing in, your people and making how we have, and we really appreciate what you have to say. I am going to step out while you talk, if that's okay, or did you need me to be here?
No, well, it depends what you'd like to do, to be honest.
I have the dog I got to take care of. I got to use the facilities. I got a few things that I can take care of. I can jump in once I'm ready if you'd like me to come back.
Yeah, that's fine. So basically, I'm talking to people all around the world at the moment.
Okay, awesome. So we will see in a little bit. And this is Mr. Fanos Panayides.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on the Truth Telethon. I think I'd start off with, what was the main reason why I was pushed to put my life on the line, back in March. A long while ago, my father told me about a circumstance that was going to happen with the world, where they were going to be putting a microchip in everybody. Now, when you look at that from a standpoint of rational thinking, you think you're watching some type of sci-fi movie, but we're actually coming to a time now where the technology is so advanced that all of this stuff is very feasible, and back, 25 or 30 years ago, when my father told me this, so I'm 38 now, he told me it when I was 12, so that's 26 years ago was when he told me. And he said to me that, son, I want you to make me a promise. And I said, well, what is it, Dad? And he said, there's going to come a day where they're going to ask you to put a microchip in your body, because you will not take that technology. And you don't think much of it, as a 12-year-old. You think, oh, well, okay, Dad. You don't, it's almost like water off a duck's back. And then you get older, and you see technology starting to emerge. You see mobile phones. You see us, talking to each other on FaceTime and stuff like, you would have seen in futuristic movies. And, you're starting to see technology where no longer is a computer this big anymore to hold, 1 gig of information. Now you can buy, a 250 gig, SD card. And then you start seeing that, the Australian government has actually been speaking about emerging technologies, microchipping in Australia. You know, you see people having microchip parties in Sweden, and you're like, wow, this is real now. You know, this is endgame now. We're actually at the point where these people want to actually put microchips in people, and they have the ability to do it. They have the technology to monitor people. They have the infrastructure, you know, ready to go. They already have a foothold on the world. They already control everything they need to control. So what is this all about then? Well, is this this is the final push. What they're doing right now is the final push, which basically means up until this point, all they have been doing is orchestrating things in the background and bringing pieces of the puzzle together, moving pieces on the chessboard until they were ready for the checkmate. And now they're ready for the checkmate. But the checkmate move was so abrupt that they had no choice but to expose themselves in some way, shape, or form and show just how far the control goes. Show just how far their reach is in every single facet of society you can think of, from financial, the banking system, medical, everything to do with the pharmaceutical industry, everything that's being spoken about at hospitals, right? It shows that their final push, and I would never have guessed in a million years it was going to be a virus, but it shows what their final push was to take control of the world. Now, I always said years ago that, you know, one of the things they wanted to do was get rid of physical money. And, you know, one of the best ways to get rid of physical money is to become a one world government. Why one world government? Because then it's one decision to get rid of all the money, right? Now, looking at the situation, you can see that, you know, this goes past the realm of, you know, rational thinking anymore. And this goes past the realm of, you know, having your head in the clouds. This is real. They have the technology to implement microchips in your body. They have the infrastructure to support monitoring every single human on the planet like cattle with artificial intelligence. They have the financial backing and the power that they need to have in every facet of society in order to implement their final plan. This isn't a game, people. You know, we are actually in the final stretch. Now, this has made a lot of people come out, and this has created a unity amongst the community of the awoken, we like to call ourselves. And we like to refer to the others as sheep, and they refer to us as conspiracy theorists. Now, wouldn't it be interesting to think that maybe the fact we call them sheep and maybe the fact they call us conspiracy theorists is actually conscripted by the same people? Well, conspiracy theorist was created by the CIA, right? The term was created by the CIA. So who's to say that the term sheep wasn't also created by the CIA, right? Who's to say that that term that we use amongst ourselves, amongst those who aren't awoken, is just, you know, divide and conquer? So if we're going to look at, you know, what do we do moving forward? I think now we need to start looking at, okay, how do we sustain ourselves? What happens if we do have to go off grid, right? What happens if we do have to unplug ourselves from the system? Do we have the education and the smarts and the street knowledge in order to survive off grid, off the system? You know, have we looked into alternate, you know, sources of, you know, gathering your own food and, you know, living away from the populace? These are serious questions we need to ask ourselves these days, because this virus and what's going on in the world, it's one big orchestration. Now, the Illuminati said it best. One of their main quotes is, "The world is a stage and we are all chess pieces on a board," right? Or they said, "The world is a stage and we are all actors playing out a movie," right? They don't care who's at war with who. They're not on anyone's side. right? They are on their side for their agenda. Now, you can call the Illuminati whatever you want. You can call them the Freemasons. You can call them, some people call them the Golden Dawn. There's so many different things that they've, that they have names for, right? So a question, how will we move forward? So how do we move forward with this situation it's about educating ourselves. It's about unplugging ourselves from the system. Yes, we're using technology right now because this is the only means of us communicating to the world. But the means of moving forward is education. Really learning in the beginning while you are in the system, educating yourself with their laws, educating yourself with what they write as the rules, and learning how to use the rules back at them, right? The learning about, getting in touch with yourself and learning about yourself within, connecting with yourself, disconnecting from the system, learning how to ground yourself, create a community of people around you who are like-minded, have a backup plan ready, have a community plan ready, just in case they do shut off the power or they do completely switch off communications. Do you have maps and stuff to find each other? Do you have a meeting place? They sound like things that are fear-mongering, but they're not, because if these people are really as evil and sinister as a lot of people might think, then these are serious questions that you need to have as precautionary measures when you are moving into the future. The certificate of vaccination ID, it's real, right? I always wondered how they were going to make it that every single person was going to have a microchip. Well, scientists are turning around and saying that the vaccination will actually have a RFID chip along with the vaccination. Because everyone thinks this is just about putting a needle in your arm. Well, is it? Isn't it about being vaccinated so they know who is where, right? So when you look at that, I'm just going to switch over comments for a second. When you look at that and you see that the fact that, they want to know where people are at all times, they want to know who is vaccinated and who's not. In order for them to do that, they're going to have some type of electronic device in your body, and it's a microchip, right? Or it's the vaccination ID, which is something that tells the system that you are or have been vaccinated with an experimental vaccine for a virus that has a 99% recovery rate. Think of the lunacy of what's going on at the moment. A virus has spread across the globe in 9 months. It's made no sense any step of the way. Along with the ridiculousness of the virus's severity as portrayed by the media, the censorship has been beyond ridiculous. There is no platform that you can put information on that isn't controlled by them. And the moment something actually has serious evidence to counterclaim the argument of the virus itself, well, it gets wiped off. So we're in dangerous times at the moment where everything we say can be censored. Everything we do can be monitored. Everything we say can be scrutinized. You can be put in jail for trying to fight for your freedoms these days, which is exactly what happened to me. I was arrested, right? And given criminal charges for something I would never have thought to get criminal charges for. So let's talk about what's the end game. Well, if you want to know about the end game, whether you're religious or not, right? I am, I always think back to, a verse called out of Revelation. And it said, "And no man, whether rich or poor, free or bond, may buy or sell, whether they bear the mark of the beast on their right hand or on their forehead." Now, you're talking about something that's written 2,000 years ago. And we're living it right now. That we won't be able to buy or sell. We won't be able to survive in society unless we are plugged into the system. And if you're not plugged into the system, if you don't want to have the artificial intelligence be part of you, then you are going to be exactly like all of those futuristic movies like Hunger Games, Demolition Man, and all these other movies that are based in the future, Blade Runner, where it's, everyone's in these concrete jungles, right? There's hardly any plants everywhere. The only way people interact is through, some type of, artificial intelligence mind type of device. They're already dehumanizing everybody. They're disconnecting everybody. Don't stand next to each other because you might catch the virus, right? Cover your face with a mask. One of the biggest interactions we have with people is face-to-face contact, is seeing facial expressions, is one of the biggest ways we communicate as humans without saying anything. So if you take away the ability for people to have an expression on their face and communicate, like a smile or a sad face or a frustrated face, you take away the ability for humans to be able to communicate without speaking to each other. That's not by accident. The whole mask thing is just a visual representation of who's on board with the plan and who isn't so far. That's what the mask is about. It's to be able to look at a crowd and know just how far indoctrinated you've got everyone. And then by looking at where the mask is the mask on their chin? Okay, they're only wearing it because, they're trying to avoid a fine. Is a mask just under their nose? Well, they're only wearing it because they're trying to avoid a fine, and they're easily manipulated. And then they see the mask fully covered. Well, they know they've got that person, right? Don't stand next to each other. Don't get close to each other. People are scared to speak to each other these days. People are scared to speak to each other these days, and if you do go and speak to someone, I don't know how to explain it. If you do go to speak to someone, what they do is they make you feel like, you're intruding on their space. You're not allowing them to have their space. And it's, when are we going to go back to standing shoulder to shoulder in a nightclub or at a sporting event or, at a protest and there's millions and millions of people? Everything they've done has been well conscripted, has been well organized, and it's not by accident. Your social distancing, your minimum of 10 people at a gathering, that's got nothing to do with the virus. They know that one of the biggest things that people can use in order to fight back to a political agenda is mass protests. And they know mass protesting and causing social unrest due to protesting is something that governments usually kill over for. So what did they do? They created social distancing and they limited mass gatherings. Why? In order to stop people from protesting. Because protesting is an inalienable human right. They can't take that away from you. But what they can do is go through under the umbrella of safety and say you can't go out there. Not because you can't protest, because you guys can't be in large groups. We need to think about people's safety at the moment. So everything's being used under the umbrella of safety. Everything that is happening in the world at the moment is under the umbrella of safety. And it's sad. It's sad to be, living in this time. Now, is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Well, I believe the light is, a mass awareness. I believe I believe where our ammunition lies in terms of what we can do. I believe where our salvation lies, probably a better word to use, is the fact that so many people will be awake, and more people than they expected to be awake when they do implement their final plan. Because we've been talking about, microchips and not being able to go anywhere and being tracked and monitored. We've been talking about that for a while now, and we've been bombarding every single social media platform you can think of. Now, a lot of trolls out there have, got on and, questioned the validity of everything we're doing. Now, what's going to happen when they actually do implement their final plan and they do make sure that people can't go anywhere without a mandatory vaccine and a microchip? All of those words that were said by many truthers out there are going to come back and bite all these people in the ass. And they are going to be awoken, and they're going to have this epiphany. They will have this moment of clarity. And I believe that, someone asked, do you think we can win this fight? If you want my honest opinion, I don't know. I honestly don't know, because what I think we can do, I think we can wake up as many people as possible and have a fighting chance, right? That's what I believe. Yes, that's what they said. It's for your own safety. So, look, if I was going to give people any advice moving forward, I would say, 1, be true to yourself. 2, don't stop speaking out. Do not stop speaking out. If you can get yourself in front of a camera, do it. Yes, being on social media and typing up posts has a certain level of influence. Getting in front of a camera and being you definitely has a level of influence. Leave all your fear and inhibitions aside. Think about the good of humanity and get in front and speak. Show your truth. Do your research. Educate yourself. So when you do speak out, you sound as someone who is intelligent and knows what they're talking about, right? Be intelligent in terms of what you say, and understand that your actions these days could have consequences, which could see you with police attendants at your door, if not being harassed by the police. Why? Because they work for the government. Yes, they're meant to protect and serve the people, but they haven't protected and served the people in a long time. So if you're going to get in front of a camera, if you're going to, get out there and start speaking, you've got to make sure that you do think about the consequences of your actions. Know that there's a possibility that work could remove you from employment. That would be one thing. Know that the police attendants at your door of, a serious possibility. Know that if you're going to go down this road, you're all in or nothing, right? But also don't allow people to sorry, I've just lost my words. Don't allow people to get in your head of what you're doing and whether or not you should keep going down a path, or don't allow people to get in your head and make you make stupid decisions like, you're facing jail time, and, just because of what a few people would say on Facebook, you'd put yourself in harm's way instead of being more useful outside and being able to keep speaking. Don't allow them to silence you. Jess?
How's it going, brother? You're doing an amazing job. Exactly what people needed to hear. And when you're saying, you might be getting, some knock on your door, or you might be getting this, well, what else do we got to lose? Like, what do you have to lose? If this is, our lives that we're all fighting for, then, it's time is now for us to come together. And the more that do come together, the more, we can change that I don't know into, yes, we can win this.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, I think that we need to have a realistic expectation as to just how much we can achieve with what we're doing. I think the end game is you're not going to stop these guys from taking over the world. But the end game is the people are awoken, and you at least have communities of people that are ready for the takeover, that know not to be part of the system, that know not to be part of artificial intelligence and take the mark. It's more being awoken to what's coming and being prepared to what's coming rather than winning the initial fight. Now, do I believe the fight will be won ultimately? Well, yeah, I'm a Christian, and I believe that, after 7 years of tribulation, you know, there's going to be some serious answers that people are going to have to answer to, right? But, you know, there's also the 7 years of tribulation. So, you know, as I said, do I believe that we can win the ultimate? Do I believe we'll win the ultimate fight? Yes. Do I believe we're going to win the initial fight? No. Do I believe that we can win something? Yes. Be prepared. Have our communities ready. Be intelligent. Be educated. You know, go back to your grassroots. Understand how to harvest clean water and, you know, identify plants and wild plants and edibles, right? Be prepared to go off grid when the time comes. Because if you're living in one of these sustainable smart cities, you're going to have a very hard time surviving if you don't want to plug into the system. So it's time to, you know, ground yourself. And it's also time to, you know, find your spirituality again. Find God. If I was going to give anyone any advice right now, find God. And anyone who says that, you know, God doesn't exist, listen, the education system has been overthrown for, you know, 300 years. You know, everything we learn in science about our world, it's all conscripted by them. We've all been fed, indoctrinated by them. So of course you believe that, you know, there's a possibility there's no God. I'm telling you, there's a God. Find your spirituality, find God, right? And connect. Now, whether that's you believing connecting to the universe, connecting to a higher level of yourself, right? It's all God in whatever way you want to see it. I see it as I'm a Christian, I see it as me connecting to the grantor of dominion. But it doesn't matter. Find God and connect and be connected spiritually. Because there's one thing these people can't take away, and that's your spirit. They can't take away your integrity. They can't take away your good self. You know, yes, they can take away your money. Yes, they can take away a roof over your head, right? But they can't take away your integrity. They can't take away what's in you. That's why they want an artificial, that's why they want a microchip in you. So they can finally know what you feel. They can finally know, you know, everything about you from having something in your body. Because I believe there's an antichrist. And I believe the one thing that the antichrist doesn't have is the ability to feel every human on the planet like God does. So the antichrist is trying to put a microchip in everybody so then he can feel what God feels. Everything. That's what I believe. But that's my belief.
And finding God is looking within, you know, finding what's inside. Like, that's where you find everybody's got that connection. So however you connect with whatever source that is, it's inside of you. Everybody has been born with, you know, this ability to connect, and our discernment, the God is within you. We all have God inside of us. So it's just a matter of stop being scared of it and start understanding the true beauty, power, and light that you do have within.
And look, if I'm going to say one more thing, guys, it doesn't matter whether you're Buddhist, you're Islamic, you're Christian, right? You're spiritual, you still connect and believe in God. You know, it's not about division at the moment and whose scripture is right. Yeah. At the moment, it's all about recognizing and connecting to the higher self. All right. It's all about recognizing and connecting and having faith that there is something out there that is where your energy comes from. There is something magical in us that, you know, when we die goes away and we just become this lump of meat, right? And when an animal dies that you feel very strongly about in your family, or a family member dies, you see the life force, the life energy goes away. So how can you deny there's some type of creator? How can you deny there's something in us that's, you know, can't be explained by science and rational thinking?
Yes, they will. Thank you, Mr. Fanos, very much. Can you please let everybody know how they can connect with you more? Because you're definitely got a man of lots of wisdom, and I definitely want to hear more of you as well. Yeah,
so guys, if you'd like to, you know, check me out, you can just go to Fanos Panayides, my Facebook page. Also Fanos.thevoice, that is on Instagram. And I do some stuff on YouTube, all different stuff. There is a bit of profanity on there, guys, just so you know, on the earlier clips. I am passionate sometimes. Yeah, you can check me out on the 99% YouTube channel as well. Yeah, so if I'm going to leave one more message to everybody, I don't think this is about winning and beating these guys at the moment because they have control of everything. I believe it is having enough people. I believe it's about keeping enough people aware of what's going on and waking up as many people as possible and being ready yourself and having your family ready for what's to come.
100%. And purchasing power is one of our tools. Where you decide to spend your money, it dictates what happens in society. If we're not spending our money in certain areas, those industries, those products, those companies have to fade away. So really important where you spend your money. Research what you're buying, how you're buying it, and make sure you're putting your money, local, organic, to farmers around, things that are sustainable, not to these big corporations and conglomerates that are swallowing everybody up.
That's fantastic advice. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are ready for your next speaker, aren't you?
Yes, we are. So thank you very much. Wonderful. And I look forward to chatting with you again.
No worries, Jesse. See you, mate. Bye-bye. See you, everybody.
The amazing Fanos Panayides. So another amazing speaker, another amazing message. Wow, I'm just in awe on all these people. And we have one more person, which is Aurora. Aurora is a galactic walk-in or higher dimensional visitor to this realm. She came here in 2001 via a genetic portal she created and has been named the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, and since then has worked to share the information of higher dimensional math and genetic transformation via art, dance, and music. She taught a formal online class called Lessons for Full Spectrum Humans from 2012 to 2019, and during 2020 wrote 3 new albums of transformative music, which she will share for you today. Hi, Miss Aurora.
Hi, Jesse. Thank you so much for having me on the telethon. I'm in great company. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you.
Yes, well, this is a pleasure and a treat to have you. And I'm not super familiar with you, but I know I'm going to be wowed right now. And I'm going to be someone who definitely wants to connect with you more.
Fantastic. Thank you. I would love to do that.
Awesome. So what do you have here for us today?
Great. So what I would like to do, I know I've got this 15-minute block. I'd like to structure it as, for the first 7 minutes, me flapping my moving mouth parts and telling you about stuff. But then I have a song. It's actually 7 minutes long. I want to play that for everyone because I think that is going to be speaking. Sorry, I ducked off camera. That is going to be speaking to you way more than what I call it the hacked language system, what I can say with words. So if that's cool with you, and so I'll talk, then have music, and during the time that I'm playing the music, I'm going to give everyone a little walk around my studio. Like you see some stuff that's in the background here, I'm going to flip my camera around and really just have the music and the artwork going, because I feel that is able to bring forward the message that I'm bringing way more than articulation of language. But I will do some preamble with language first in order to get everybody geared up and ready to understand.
Okay, and would you want to be like, I'll jump out and I'll let you have the stage here?
Not that I want you to jump out or anything like that, but I think that might be like a seamless way of doing things.
Perfect.
Thank
So
you. Thank
we'll
you so
see
much.
you. We'll see you at the end when I pop in.
Thank you so much, Jesse. So yeah, and thank you for your beautiful introduction. Yes, for anyone who is unfamiliar with me or with this shape that I'm holding up, my name is Aurora and I'm a galactic walk-in. I'm a visitor to this realm. I'm an interdimensional visitor, or you could think of me as an extraterrestrial. This planet is in the end stages of a planetary invasion or assimilation. The invasion began a long, long time ago. It's from the beings who genetically engineered these bodies, these containers that we are currently using. So I came from a higher dimensional realm through this genetic portal, through a dance or an oscillation of DNA that had never been invented before. This is called the Flying Rainbow Lasagna. And it is a type of hyper torus or higher dimensional torus. You have to understand that your DNA is incredibly valuable and unique in the sense that it is a connection to time. And it's the movement and the mushing and weaving and dancing and wiggling around of DNA that propels you through time. If you learn a new dance, you gain new powers and new abilities in your capacity to experience and perceive and move through time. That is what I have come here into this world to share as my message of information. So I'm a higher dimensional visitor. All of this artwork that you see behind me, and I will do the walkthrough while I play some music for you, is a visual representation of the mathematical or structured formalism. That is what time is all about. And you're not separate from time, you're absolutely part of it. So learning this stuff helps you to become empowered and literate in the same way that learning to read music makes you musically literate, and then you know what notes to play. So when I go back to saying this world is being assimilated and you're watching the end stages, we're talking about a group of extraterrestrials and interdimensionals who use technology. That is the distinction between myself and their whole entire empire and everything that they are all about. They are all about using technology to augment their inner psychic powers and their capacity to utilize, perceive, and manipulate time as a medium. So they've been criminals, like grand scale cosmic criminals for a very long time. The events that are happening on this planet now are what ends that criminality. So please understand, do not think of yourself as a downtrodden victim. Understand that you are whatever. There's no non-combatants in this war. It's a temporal war. You are a combatant in a war. Please do not think of yourself as downtrodden, because what you're here for is to add to the victory. And there is a very real ongoing victory that's happening. And it is, you could call it spiritual or supernatural, because another big takeaway, and the reason why I want to simply share the art and music with you, is that what you're experiencing is a frequency war. The war is not a battle of conventional human earthly warfare with projectile weapons, such as guns that shoot bullets, or missiles, or even arrows, or giant trebuchets, or something like that. It is not a war of projectiles. So building a shield with armor is not going to help you. It is a war of frequency. As I've been here, I'm a walk-in, I came in 2001. As I've been here for about the past 2 decades, I have watched the apparatuses of oppression and death roll out. Those apparatuses include the chemtrails that are famously under-recognized. These are not just random accumulations of metal being sprayed in the sky. This is not just about solar radiation management. These are intelligent, tiny particles that self-assemble when they come inside of you. Ew, gross, I know. That has created an artificial neurology and infrastructure of this nanotechnology inside of not only humans, but many other organisms on this planet. It's the first stage of the invasion. What do? You hose everybody down with a bunch of contaminants and get the software, the hardware installed inside of their biology. So you have to understand that this takeover has been a takeover of your biological beingness, as well as a takeover of your willpower. And that's when I'm talking about your willpower and your connection to the divine and reality creation and time itself. Humans, in their innateness, have creativity that is like being a part of God or being a part of divinity. When I talk about God, I'm not a biblical literalist. I'm not talking about a God that is described in earthly human religious texts. I'm talking about a generative field that is part of your observership and part of how reality is created, that has been subverted and hijacked for a very long time here. And just another takeaway, you're in a frequency war. How do you win the war? By reclaiming all of the faculties, like the things that I have printed here on my shirt, what's called your chakras or your energy centers, that these are the organized, like the way that your physical organs are organized levels of energy, that when you are aware of them and empowered to use them, you are way more powerful than any stupid technology. So I tell you, my extraterrestrial species, for lack of a better word, because I'm part of a collective, I'm not like a species, but let's just use that word. We don't use no stinking technology. In fact, in the cosmos, in the larger world of dimensionality and beyond, when you travel in those circles, is condescension. Like, oh, you have to use technology. Like, what? You don't have natural psychic powers? What? You can't naturally propel yourself? What? You can't naturally do this? So please never be unduly impressed by extraterrestrials who are, you know, something I want to get going on my music, extraterrestrials who are using technology, even though I use technology to make music. So the reason why I want to share with you this song right now is because it is actually a powerful form of, for lack of a better word, magic spell that helps to reveal the true faces of what is really going on here. And when you listen to this music, it will absolutely break through beyond language. Come back and reintroduce my stuff where you can find me. You can find me at flyingrainbowlasagna.com, lasagna with an E on the end. You want to find my clothing? I'm on Etsy, Flying Rainbow Lasagna. Tons of videos on YouTube, Flying Rainbow Lasagna. And most importantly, if you want to find my music, I'm on Apple Music, and just do a search for my album that's called Divine Propulsion System, because there's a million Auroras out there. Okay, let me just stop talking. Let me just go going with music, and I'm going to show you artwork too. Turning it up, so watch out for your ears. I know I've only got 1 more minute left, and I wanted to make sure to hop back on and show you my face and say thank you so much to all the great people who are here presenting. Look, I come with a real tool for freedom. This is about inner transformation as a way of transcending the external technological assaults that are being done to you. Of course, avoid the vaccines, avoid the transhumanist agenda, clear yourself of the nanotechnology using various different detoxification protocols, and most importantly, dance, make music, be creative, make artwork, have passion, connect to other human beings. I offer my artwork and my music to you as ammunition in this frequency battle. Please tune in and find it. You can listen for free on SoundCloud. If you want to check it out, there's a playlist called Aurora's Original Music. And again, you can find me on Apple Music under Divine Propulsion System. And if you want to find examples of my artwork, please visit me at flyingrainbowlasagna.com.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you for sharing yourself, your artwork with all of us. It says when you came here in 2001, does that mean you're a stand-in?
I'm a walk-in, exactly.
You're a walk-in?
The previous woman who was in this body was literally being killed by satanic forces, and I came in so that this body didn't die, and I rectified the time field and the portal through which I came in. What I did with my DNA to do this is flying rainbow lasagna. It's a new dance movement or way of weaving your genetic code. And it's not just for me. I'm the first person that did it, but I've been here rather tirelessly presenting it and teaching it in various techniques to others. So know that this exists as a potential within you as well, and that you can activate or cultivate that potential to be completely free. F all the technology. Pardon me, sorry, I'm off camera. F it all. You don't need any of that. You like the fairy godmother. You contain all of the power within you. Wave my magic wand. Poof. You've got the ruby slippers. It's all inside of you. You have all of the power inside of you right now. So it doesn't cost money. What it does cost is willpower and focus. I don't want to take too much of time out of your next. I know you've got a heavy schedule and everything. I appreciate it so much.
No, you just, you keep talking. It's fascinating because I just recently found out that I'm a walk-in as well.
Interesting.
And yeah, so, and when you're talking about dancing and vibration, so we've created the High Vibe Love Tribe where we get together every single day. It was on my profile, but now we've put it into the High Vibe Love Tribe page that we put where we come together. We start with an hour of dance. And I just put on some music and dance. We do a little bit of weights. I got a little weight dancing, and and then we put in a little bit of a guided meditation. We do healing frequencies, a little bit of bongo drums, and we just got a lot of people who were confused, scared, alone, and just found the tribe and found a really good place to resonate with beautiful people. So, this is exactly what we're about, is increasing our vibration, taking our vibration back to where it should be, because, we've been born to have a lower vibration. So we're not raising our vibration anywhere where it's unreachable. We're just bringing it back to where we should be.
Thank you for that point, because what I was talking about with the final stage of the assimilation, these genetic engineers have been interfering with humanity and our true evolution for a very long time, and they've been trying to inhibit us for however many millions of years or generations. So again, you're right. This is our birthright, not something that we should beg and plead for. It's something that you are entitled to.
100%. Hi, Miss Lori.
Hey there, Aurora. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you.
Thank you for joining us, wrapping up this. I don't know if you watched the whole day. It was just, I'm overwhelmed with
Good.
It was great.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for all of your organizational efforts, both you and Jesse and everyone else who is a part of this. I'm proud of the spirit and the amount of energy and willpower and zest, moxie, whatever, being like, this is what we need to do, not being a downtrodden doormat in any way, but standing up in every way that we possibly can in order to fight against this. It's like in the never-ending story, like the nothing, like a blackness that just eats away at your soul until there's nothing left. Like the vibrancy, to bring up the vibrancy and kick butt. You got to kick butt, guys.
Well, Aurora, I always relate it to you, right? And Jesse's been amazing. This has been a journey like I've never experienced in my entire life. And so I'm so overwhelmed with emotion on every level. Jesse knows that. And I always felt your energy, and we always, we speak very boldly. But it takes a lot. It takes a lot. It's really tested me. But yeah, this day has been, everyone, if you didn't watch it all, you need to go back and watch. Jesse's face was like on some of the speakers, because it was breathtaking. It was, and you wrapped it up. So I appreciate you.
Awesome.
Well,
thank you so much for having me. It's worthy work.
High five, ladies. High five to a job well done. So this is just day one of our 2-day telethon. We had an amazing day with all of you beautiful, wonderful, amazing souls, speakers connecting with us, increasing our vibrations, teaching us, and just, showing us that there is more to life than what we've been programmed and taught. We will be again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we were going to look to have Daniel David Osipensky, followed by Bill Bunting and Riley J, Kim Damigard, Ty Nefeli, Juan Antonio Manzur, Francisco Javier, Matt Landman, Gerard Kenyati, Tyler Nicholson, Sean Christopher, Nurse Kate, Chris Sidowitsky, Heather Fair, Tony Pellegrino, Chris Hallett, David Hopkins, Richard Roller, the music by Faith Mystic, and then ending off with the wonderful Max Egan.
It's been quite the day. I hope you're going to join us tomorrow, Aurora, because we're taking this to another level after this.
Wonderful.
So
and a lot of good names you mentioned, some of whom I'm already connected to on Facebook. Matt Landman does very good work in revealing the chemtrails and all of that. Like, everybody has a specialty. I respect that. Like, cell specialization within the body. I'm encouraging everyone to keep on speaking their truth and keep on speaking with passion. This is how you override the soul crushing technology that's trying to take over.
Oh, we so appreciate you. And stay tuned. We're going to do so much more, because I feel like after this first one, everyone's going to be more, I hope all the speakers even feel like, damn, we got to keep going, like.
Good. Yes.
There's a lot of people had a lot more information within that time. So, I'm sure that there's more information that the speakers that we had would like to get out as well. So, we are going to have, this is all good recorded, so it's going to be online for people to view the whole entire thing. Make sure that you tell all your friends. Make sure to get everybody to register for tomorrow, so that way, we can have a nice, smooth flowing transition. And I love you all. This has been such an amazing day. Thanks for everything that you've done, Miss Lori. And thanks for that, Miss Aurora. We are doing this together, and we are one. So thanks again.
Have a great night. I'm exhausted, and I'm touched by everyone. Thank you, everyone. It was the most breathtaking day.
Okay, for one love, one heart, one life.